Damn it! Damn it! I'm going home.
What?
So Wednesday morning, you're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
45 degrees right now. Going to get up into the high 50s, maybe low 60s, depending on where you are.
But
Rain.
yeah,
A lot of rain.
Yeah, buddy.
All kinds of rain all day long. So that's one situation. We got another situation going on this morning.
what happened?
Somebody forgot their most valuable tool of the day.
Uh-oh.
Yes, I did. And I never forget these.
Yeah.
Ever.
What's the matter?
Forgot my hearing aids.
It wasn't like a little quieter this morning when you were getting ready.
I put them in last thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So this,
At what point did you realize you didn't have them? When
I
you
got
here?
in here, we started talking, and I couldn't hear Pat.
So we've been having to yell at Tommy's head. Can you hear with the headphones on?
Yeah, better. Well, I can crank it,
Yeah, no, I understand. I just don't know how bad your hearing is if the volume goes up loud enough for you to hear.
Yeah, I mean, I can hear you.
I'm not going to lie. My voice hurts for the last 45 minutes of having to yell in your face while we've been having a conversation. And we've been talking a lot of junk about people, so
Yeah, I
God
know.
forbid somebody
We're
hears
like
something.
yelling through the
Ooh,
door.
yeah.
All right. That being said,
Yeah.
Let's start off the show with a robbery.
A robbery.
Burglary, I guess, would be the better.
What they snatch?
So the incident happened back on March 20th, but yesterday, police made an arrest of a 41-year-old man out of Victor. And in this home break-in that police say this man committed,
Yeah.
the suspect got away with electronics, outdoor power equipment, and a jar of change.
Oh.
No word
Yeah.
on how much change was taken in the alleged caper.
Well, it depends how big that jar is, son.
Okay, so jar of change has to be pretty big, right?
Usually they are.
Yeah. I've never seen a small jar of
Yeah.
change.
Quick sidebar. How did everyone in America for like a 15-year period have the same giant Coke bottle bank
Yeah.
full of change?
I know.
Every house in America
Yeah.
had that Coke bottle bank. Where did they come from?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I never saw them selling. There was never a store that sold the Coke bottle.
I always thought, man, I wish I had that much change when I saw it in somebody's house.
I always wanted that much Coca-Cola.
Oh, yeah, that too, yeah.
All right, so Kimmy, obviously you saw this story. The change stands out to you.
It did.
But it
did.
wasn't about how much change was in the jar.
Well, I couldn't figure out based on a giant if it was a giant jar of change, is that like an older person
I hope.
or younger guy?
I hope
like
young
like
people are-
saving every penny because they need to, or was it an older person saving change out of principle?
Who's got change anymore? Like, I never have any change on me.
Yeah, but
I never deal with paper money.
Okay. I mean, yeah, to that point, logic would dictate this an older person.
If
even though,
that's an older cat that's been doing this for 20 years.
but you are an older person, and you just said that
Yeah.
you don't use cash.
I know, but I even never got the saving coin stuff. As soon as I had it,
Never
like,
in your life.
I would just scoop it all up, and then I would just go down to that coin star and just throw it in there and get the money. And I'd walk away like $13.75.
It was pretty exciting. Well, no, I mean, tell me, it's not like you've been in any situation in your life where you were so broke that a giant jar of change really would have rescued
Oh,
you.
it would have saved my life. Yeah.
I mean, Kimmy, logic dictates this is an older person.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
what I was picturing.
And here's the other thing. It probably was in an open area. It wasn't even hidden.
Okay.
I'm guessing in some place where every day they empty
toss
out their
it.
pants, put the coins in there.
But
Yeah.
that would also mean they deal in cash a lot too,
Right.
which would also make me think older cat.
That's old fart, and it's right in the mudroom.
Are
Goes
we-
into his britches, puts the money in there, puts the keys up on the counter.
Okay. I mean, but that would require this person is using cash at all times.
Oh, there's a lot of old people that probably do.
I don't know, man.
I know one couple, I told you, that they still just deal in cash.
Okay, but see, you're biased because you have one person you know that only does this.
But they're old folk.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if you only have an example of one person in your life, well, then it wipes out all other
But
possibilities.
who else would it be?
It's like Kimmy said, right? Like, we are in a time,
In a time.
thank you, where, younger folks are having it rougher financially than we did or you did or anyone else
Right.
coming up. So is it possible that the younger generation has looped back around to doing what their grandparents did, saving every penny in a jar?
I guess, but I mean, I'm thinking it's just so inconvenient. I'm just thinking most people that would do that don't trust the new technology.
Okay.
They haven't updated their phone, so they're still using a flip phone, and they don't trust the banks.
All right.
in case something happens, you got to have money in the house.
This could also be someone who works in a cash business.
Yeah, it could be.
Like a bartender,
True.
waiter, or
All right.
waitress. Right?
That
Yeah.
would make more sense.
Because if you have cash, at the end of the night, let's say you got, $2 worth of change in your pocket. Boom,
Okay.
right in
All
the
right.
giant Coca-Cola bottle.
Nice.
By the way, I think we've solved the Coca-Cola bottle caper.
What's that?
Ripped Van Winkle writes us, Duffy on WCMF on Instagram. He says, Pat, they were prizes for the I Got It ball bingo game at carnivals in the 90s.
Oh.
Is that
Oh,
true?
so
So
they
it
were
came out
like-
of the carnivals.
So they were like those ticket prizes.
Is that a true story?
So a big novelty
I
Coke
guess
bottle.
it would make sense.
Okay, but then how do they make
Everybody
any money?
won?
Yeah, seriously, because everybody had a giant
Yeah.
plastic Coke bottle full of change. Okay, what is weird about this story, whether it's young or whether it's old,
Yeah.
talking about this 41-year-old man arrested for this home break-in here, taking a giant jar of change. There are 2 steps for this theft to even be possible, the change to even exist.
Why is that?
The person has to use cash, which is rare.
Yeah.
And they also have to keep all of the change that they're using, which is also rare because in today's world, you can't really buy anything with change anymore,
Well, yeah, like what?
right?
Yeah.
Like I have a really bad habit of just like completely disregarding all my change.
Yeah, because you never need it.
Well, if
It's not, I don't need to make an emergency phone call with it.
okay. But I mean, like as we it still has value. So
It
like,
does.
saving
Yeah.
it means I do then need it.
Right.
But if I have like 35 to if it's over 75 cents, I'll hold on to it. I don't know why.
That's big money.
Oh,
Does
I-
it
that's
also
that's
matter
three-quarter.
what type of coin? Like, you're definitely going to hang on to a quarter.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the thing.
I got a quarter.
But, like, the pennies are where you're like, kind of a pain.
All right, 2 quarters or
Yeah.
more, I will hold on to. 1 quarter,
Okay.
I'm
no?
thinking about bailing on that quarter. I'll give
See,
it to like
for
my
some
daughter.
reason in my mind, I always think quarters I could use in like an emergency parking situation. But even now, like most of
They're
those
all
meters
cashless.
aren't. Yeah, they're all cashless. So I guess I don't even really know what I would use quarters for anymore, or when I had to do laundry. But
But
that's
I'm guessing
was-
all that now has
Yeah.
changed at the laundromat.
I haven't been to a laundromat.
I haven't either in a
20
long
years.
time.
I don't know.
God,
Well-
we sound arrogant. Oh, well, I haven't been since, I'm a homeowner now.
Well, yeah, I have my own
Ooh,
washing machine.
I have my own facilities at home.
You're wearing
I have my own downstairs laundry system.
an Irish sweater, Irish fishing sweater
Yeah.
pattern turtleneck.
And by
with
the
a
way, you
shack-
get that all dry cleaned. You don't wash anything.
I know.
No, but to your point about old habits dying hard.
Yeah.
Okay, do you guys keep change anywhere in the house anymore?
No.
So we have like this little thing that holds our keys, and my husband usually dumps his change in there too.
Where's he
so-
getting his change?
That's a great question. He does carry cash on him a lot.
Steals it from homes he's putting fires out in.
Ooh, nice.
Melted Coke bottle.
I always figured, too, like a cashier has to hate it when you start dumping out your change.
Oh,
and
my gosh.
Here you go. It'll be, that's 13 cents. Let me dig around for that.
Well, now that you bring it up, I can't remember the last time I paid for something with all change.
Right.
What could you? I mean, the world may now be too expensive.
Yeah. What could you buy with just a handful of change?
Well, I remember back in the day, like when things got tight, I would buy cigarettes with just change.
Yeah.
But that's when cigarettes were $2 to $3 a pack. Like, think about this.
Yeah.
In today's world, for you to pay with a pack of cigarettes in all change,
There was a pack go for now, $13.
yeah, like 12, you would need at least 60 quarters.
Your pants would be like hanging around your ass, walking around big bulges of change. Like you could hear you walking down the street, man.
But to Kimmy's point about old habits dying hard, I do keep $3 in quarters in my console in my car at all times.
For what?
Well, it was
What are you, Sinatra being buried with 10 dimes
Give me
in case
the-
he gets kidnapped?
his kid.
I know, but it's like a lot of good that's going to do you, Frank.
No, I understand. I would keep him in there for like emergency tolls or parking.
All
But
right.
like Kimmy said, the tolls are all automatic
Yeah.
now.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just
But
it's,
it's just like it just makes you feel more comfortable, I guess.
You
having
can't
it
go
in
to
your
the
car.
baseball game with cash.
yeah, no, you're right. It's all cashless. I
Yeah.
mean, I will say this: the quarters I keep in my console sometimes come in handy at hockey rinks with old school vending machines.
All right.
Oh,
And I always replace the
How
quarter-
was that goddamn candy?
bro. It's a vintage Snickers.
All right.
It's very good.
I was in line at Bella's. This was like a couple months ago, and there was a guy ahead of me paying for his sub in all change.
That's
And
an
he
old Italian buying
and he
a
had it all
sandwich.
counted out already.
Some
I
of
mean,
it was in lira.
like he didn't seem like he just seemed like a guy that like paid because like I got to use this change, so you know
Right.
money's money.
I mean, it is money.
Yeah.
It is, but I don't
But
want
I
it.
felt so bad for the cashier. They're like, really? It wasn't even like all, quarters. It was all a mix of
Yeah.
everything.
And it takes forever,
Yeah.
man.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to, speaking of Italian,
Yeah.
Carmen's on CMF. Hey, Carmen, how are you?
Good morning, boys.
What's up, brother?
So my dad had one of these growing up, and we'd go into his bedroom and we just, we'd pop the top and just shake change out. So he riveted the top shut. Then it was getting too old, so the little bottom had a crease on it. So we would pull money out of the bottom. So he took plastic around the bottom, riveted the bottom so we couldn't get money out. So then we dumped it because we realized the slot up on top was still available. And we'd stick little paper clips in there to pull dollar bills out and quarters and all that crap. And then he put a little hasp across the top with a tiny little lock. So every time he wanted to deposit money, he'd use a tiny little key to unlock that lock, pop it, and then put money in it.
Carmen, do you
that
understand?
was the end of our break-in days.
Do you understand what a dick you were to your poor father?
Yeah.
I know. God rest his soul. He's been gone for years, but he never said anything to us either. He would just keep making it harder and harder for us to get into it, which was great.
You know what's weird?
What's that?
The cure for what killed him
What's that?
was only $7.75, and he came up short. Way to go, Carmen.
Yeah, man.
Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. There goes.
Oh, God.
It's funny.
Yeah.
The relationship you have with change, I think, does depend on your parents and grandparents, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because one of my fondest memories of my grandparents, they lived in a house in Greece, and it was one of these houses, they never updated it.
Yeah.
Right? Like wood paneling. Their bedroom had shag carpeting. And my grandpa, this is my mom's parents, my grandpa would like shake out his pants with all his change on his bedroom floor every night.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And like when we would go over, it was like a scavenger hunt for all the quarters that were in the shag.
Oh, really?
And I don't know how like it was comfortable walking on the carpet because there were always coins in the carpet. But like our job was to like go in as like submariners and find all of the coins.
Take out the cash.
It was like the thickest shag you've ever seen because we'd have to like get in there.
So did you get to keep it?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
my
not a bad
grandparents
deal.
had it. It's my dollar.
Isn't that what they do for like dogs and treats?
Oh, yeah.
Were they trading me for something?
I don't know.
Yeah. How sad.
I enjoyed it.
Of course, but you got a sad life.
Well, no, I mean, come on, think about
All
being
right,
like,
kids, go search the floor.
think about being like 6, 7, 8, and you get to go.
Well, you didn't know you were poor.
This is not. I was not trying to go to the.
No, I'm just saying. But you.
No, you don't know you're poor when you're poor. until
Right.
you-
I didn't know I was rich.
Shut up.
So we have that in common.
Can I not tell a nice story
No.
of my family without you being like, oh, you busted ass, ugly, poor, stupid?
No, I'm listening.
No, I don't want to tell it anymore. My grandma also used to hide. She had this drawer when you'd walk in the house.
Yeah.
And she would put $1 in the drawer for me and my brother.
Oh.
It was like a magic dollar.
I just
drawer.
really liked watching you look for things.
Well, it wasn't. We kind of figured out, Kimmy, that the dollar was in the drawer every time we went.
So you were allowed to go in there and just open the drawer and take the
It
dollar?
was my dollar.
Oh, that's cool.
My dollar. And then I'd go hunt for quarters. And
Yeah, a lot of fun hanging out that house.
Why is that not fun? That is fun.
I guess. Or she could have just made you a sandwich or something.
She also did that.
Well, you got $1 and a sandwich and a dream. It's like the lottery.
I would shut up. That was fun for me. I
Scratch
enjoyed
off
that.
Granny.
Scratch off Granny.
Granny, don't touch her fanny.
What are you talking
Don't
about?
scratch Granny's fanny.
252
You ain't gonna
WCMF.
get lucky then, son.
We'll take one more.
She'll wallop you.
Talking about change,
And
man.
you ain't getting no dollar.
Let's talk to Dave. He's got the last word. Hey, Dave, how are you, buddy?
Good. How's it going?
Good, Dave.
I don't know how this guy would even pick up a jug full of change. I have a water jug, 2.5 water jugs full of change.
Ooh, I'm a water jug billionaire.
Water Jug Billionaire sounds like a bunch of dads with a banjo band in Rochester.
Yeah, pretty much. But I don't even know how this guy would even pick it up.
Well, we don't know the size. I mean, it could have just been like a mason
Yeah,
jar.
he's not a
Dave.
big wealthy guy like you, bro.
Yeah, okay.
You don't
If
like
it was a jug from a Coke jug from way back in the Carney days, this thing's huge.
No, I was just saying. Yeah, you're right, Dave. Dave, I mean, your phone's breaking up. Thanks, Dave.
Yeah, you got to practice your squats before you try to lift that thing.
By the way, we don't know it was a Coke bottle. We're just guessing because that's where all the change happens. Your mic's off, Kimmy.
Yeah, we just assumed it was like a significant amount of change.
Yeah.
All right, so moral of the story.
What's that?
Don't break into somebody's house.
No.
And every penny counts, man.
Yes, save your change. Save your money.
We got a dynamite save your money. Got a break room for you this morning here on CMF. It's Wednesday. You know what that means.
Hate.
Hate Mail of the Week coming
Lot of
at you.
hate.
It was 2 weeks ago we were talking about relationships and loyalty
Yeah.
involving a woman who police say was sending drug-soaked envelopes into the prison system in New York. And we were just assuming that this was a romantic thing.
Yeah.
She was doing something for this person, dipping drugs and narcotics, if the allegations are true, and sending it away. And we had asked, in this conversation, is that something you would see in a partner and go, oh, that's a red flag, no thank you, or wow, that's loyalty?
Yeah.
And every man that we talked to, phone calls, messages we got, said, yeah, I would like a woman like that. A woman wrote us a letter.
Yeah.
And she has the same take. She also agrees this is something you should look for in a partner.
Yeah.
But I'm going to be honest with you.
What's that?
When a man goes, that's something I'd like, and a woman says the same thing, it feels different coming from a woman.
Oh, yeah, I would think so.
Because I want you to keep in mind,
what's that?
We were only thinking about this one way in a relationship.
Yes.
Because a woman who is willing to do something like this for you expects the same loyalty in return.
All right.
And we'll get into it just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah, buddy.
There are a whole bunch of parents, in fact, like all of them in New York State, that are not happy this week.
What did the Board of Education do?
Well, I don't know if it's the Board of Education. Actually, I don't know who makes this call. But surprise, your kids are off.
Oh.
And here's the thing. It's not a new thing. It's not like this popped up like yesterday, but this has never happened before in New York State.
It's a new day off?
But here's the thing. We don't know why it's a new day off.
Oh.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Parents are pissed.
What happened?
Well, look, we got summer coming up, and if you got kids, you got to worry about childcare, your kids being home alone, the anxiety that is, that's enough. But this week, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you got to worry about that too. And it's not like this just happened. I mean, this has been scheduled the whole year, but it is the first time ever, it looks like.
So this is something brand new they started?
And we can't figure out why.
Okay, what is it?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 6:45. This story keeps getting weirder and weirder.
Oh.
Because he was the greatest football coach of all time, according to folks.
Yeah.
And now, every day you get online, there is another story about how this woman might be ruining his life. Because it looks like, Tommy, he and this lady are in it for the long haul.
Oh.
At least according to her.
Damn.
We'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So it is Memorial Day on Monday.
Yeah.
And forever and ever and ever, kids obviously got Monday off for Memorial Day.
Right.
But for some reason, this year in the state of New York, public school students have Friday off too.
So why Friday?
Don't know. And if anybody knows, 252-WCMF, 252-9263, because it's not another holiday. It's also not like a teacher's
Well, I was
day.
going to say, like, are they using it? Are they substituting like a teacher's conference day or something?
No, story I saw yesterday says teachers also have the day off. They just gave
before they get all that time off.
That's just it. So there are schools in the greater Rochester area whose last day of classes are tomorrow before they go into finals. I mean, elementary school kids go longer. But it doesn't make a lot of sense. It's not a holiday, right? I mean, it's a 4-day weekend.
But they're not calling it anything?
No, it's just a day off.
Extra Memorial Day?
What am I missing? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy, parents are pissed.
Yeah, because you're stuck with your kid on a Friday.
And it turns out that there are lots of parents, at least according to the stories I saw at Facebook posts, who did not realize until just a few days ago.
Oh, they forgot.
Yeah, because it had never happened before. So they're now scrambling to find childcare. There are parents, it's very possible, that were unaware that their kids had Friday off until literally right now when we said out loud, your kids got Friday off.
Yeah, what do you do?
I mean, that's just it.
Take them to work with you?
Well, okay, if you can do that.
Yeah.
I mean,
get up on the roof, boy.
Some folks have the ability to work from home. I guess you burn one of those days.
Yeah, but that's got to suck.
That you could also take a day off if you got unlimited time off.
Okay, but like if you had like a regular job out of the house.
Yeah. You would have to pay for childcare.
Yeah, what do you do if you work at Wegmans?
Yeah.
How do you got to find childcare.
You would have to find childcare and most likely pay for childcare. And
or
here's
dump
the thing.
them off at the only other thing if you got grandparents.
Okay, but again, you live in a world.
In a world with grandparents.
Thank you. Back in your generation where every grandparent was home all the time. Grandparents work now, man.
Oh, yeah.
Right? I mean, retirement is not a guarantee. It is now a luxury.
You get your busted grandparents. Yeah.
Your Majesty. Yeah, so I don't know what you do. And here's the other thing that sucks. Like, childcare itself is expensive.
Mm.
We talked about, and you couldn't believe it.
It's insane.
$30,000 a year on average.
How?
Okay, well, that's what
babysitting.
That's what they charge. But if your kid doesn't go to a regular daycare, there's not really a place you can just drop your kid off and pay them. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like daycares have to be accepted.
Could you take them to the Y? In one of those kid programs that they always advertise on TV?
I don't know if you could just show up.
No, like sign up. You would pay for the day.
No, I understand, but I'm saying I don't know if you can just.
Or just kind of gently let your kid's hand go and leave.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Okay, maybe we'll get to the bottom of this. Stacy's on CMF. Hey, Stacy, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. What do you got for us?
We have Friday off from school because we took no snow days this year.
So it is a snow day. Okay.
Yep, they've done this past couple of years. Yep. So, yeah, it's nice to have a 4-day weekend.
Okay,
you guys enjoy.
Oh, go ahead, Stacy. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say enjoy and have a great day.
Oh, wait. Are you a teacher? Is that why you're excited about this?
Bus driver.
Bus driver. Ah, look at Stacy.
Yes.
Yeah, screw you, parents.
She's already got the margaritas mixed. Ready to go.
Oh,
Stacy, thank you for the call. Have a good rest of the day.
Chug-a-lug.
See, that's funny because somebody who works at BOCES in Wayne County writes us on Instagram, says we have Friday off as a mental health day.
What? Like everybody needed the same mental health day?
Well, it's more of like just taking a break for a second.
He says, Duffy on WCMF on Instagram, Mental Wellness Day is what our superintendent is calling it.
Okay.
So the theory behind that, if that's what it is, there are finals coming up for middle and high school kids.
Yeah.
Regents exams and things like that. This could be an effort to, like, give you a little time.
Decompress a little.
Pump the brakes.
Rest up. Give 4 days to rest up before you go do
just
Man, what
thinking,
a
like,
sweet gig.
It is funny because I'm thinking, like, there would be kids that would take that extra day, like, yes, more time to study. And then, like, kids like me, like, yes, more time to procrastinate.
Yeah.
My daughter my oldest, has already planned a sleepover Thursday night into Friday.
More time with friends.
Oh, man.
Here's what I'm going to do, because they have field day tomorrow.
How many sleepovers do you have a year?
Don't even get me started.
So, like, field day is also a day off,
Yeah.
essentially, yeah.
So,
it's the
like,
best.
You're like a Holiday Inn Express.
Yeah, no, I just don't. Okay, so here, you ready for what my 14-year-old tried to pull because of this Friday off? Okay, so first off, she goes, it's field day. That's what she sounds like. It's field day on Friday. So she goes, everyone's going to, like, the mall. So, like,
Everybody's going to the mall?
So she looks at me. She goes, I'm just not going to go to school and go to the mall with my friends. I go, the hell you are. My ass, you're just going to, no, you're going to go to field day. And I try and do, like, the dad thing.
It is weird they do field day in high school.
We had it when I was there. I loved it.
So what is
Really?
field day? It's not like a field trip.
No.
right?
So it's like when I was there, there was just activities like throughout the school and outside.
Okay.
They like,
but you're not really in class.
No. You could go do whatever. You could go play flag football over here, hockey over here. There was like kids that had bands. They like let them put concerts on.
Man, how cool is school?
It's been like that.
And
for
my
like
school sucked.
30, 40 years. Western
You
Run.
would not have liked field day.
I don't think so.
Like, that is, like, the last thing you would have wanted to do in school.
I don't want to be learning.
You would have been like, I'm going to the mall because everyone's going to the mall.
I talk like that.
So then after I told my daughter, I tried to do the dad thing. And I'm
Yeah.
like, no, you don't understand. Like, these are times you're going to remember forever. Like, go enjoy it. Have fun with your friends. So then yesterday she gets off the bus and she's like, okay, well, me and my friend Luch says I can come over. And then we're going to, like, hang out there and I'm going to sleep at her house and you come pick me up on Friday.
Oh.
And I was like, oh, thank you for telling me what I'll be doing. Talk to your mother.
Here's your list.
It's ridiculous, man. It's absolutely ridiculous. And that's also what sucks about these extra days off is both of my daughters have separately made like 3 different planned dates with their friends.
Social time.
So you have no control. They run the whole thing.
Well, they think they do.
But they kind of do because you're going to have to like cart them around.
Well, here's what sucks is I go talk to your mother thinking that. I make this mistake every time. Talk to your mother.
Yeah, you think you're going to get out of it.
Yeah, and then we're thinking my wife would be like, no. And my wife would be like, we'll figure it out. And we'll figure it out is, hey, could you go pick up
Yeah.
Stella in Greece at 4 o'clock on Friday?
I don't know how you don't want to get your daughter a car as soon as possible with all the running around you do.
Did you hear what I just said about her wanting to blow off school?
We all did it.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
I'm not giving her the ability to do that.
Yeah, but she's just going to hop in somebody else's car.
She'll marry rich. Be fine.
252. Yeah, it worked well for a mother, didn't it? 252 WCMF. There is a day off of school. Now we're getting a whole bunch of different reasons on Facebook.
Yeah.
We heard the extra snow day off. We heard that it's a mental health day. Now Rich is writing us, and he says, I was told this was an extra observance for Memorial Day because so many people do things and the kids weren't in school on Friday normally.
What?
Like kids were going places and like parents were taking them out of school Friday anyway.
Oh. Like for a long weekend?
Do people take 4-day vacations for
Oh,
Memorial?
no. Because you got 4th of July coming up.
Yeah,
Why
you would think they save it to the end of the school year.
What an old man thing to say, though. You got 4th, you're going to do the double holiday? You got the 4th of July coming.
But you got all that time
4th of
off.
July's coming up soon.
You got the whole goddamn summer to relax and get your mental health.
Yeah, and you probably, if you were taking a big trip as a family, probably did that over spring break, so I would guess.
Yeah, where are you
this isn't
going
a
in 4 days?
huge-
I don't know. I mean, could it have to do with like travel sports, lacrosse, baseball?
Are they all
that's
wrapping
true.
up?
If your kid's in a spring sport, they could still be going on.
No, I meant like club sports. Like kids that play travel baseball, travel lacrosse,
Yeah,
travel
but they'd be
softball.
playing high school baseball.
Maybe. I mean, which one's more important now? I'm asking seriously.
I think high school still.
Is it?
I think
Because
so.
what if my kid's on the
Because
AAA
I don't
elite
think that-
baseball team that's going to
I don't think
Virginia
the
this
travel baseball starts until summer.
weekend? Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right. I guess you would know. Your husband
Yeah.
being the.
I mean, unless it's changed.
What is the age that you guys are cool with a kid getting themselves out of bed and being alone all day?
I mean, 12?
Okay. Now keep in mind, I want you to think this through. We're not talking about your kid is up, the house is all set, and you're
Right.
going off for a couple hours.
Yeah.
You would have to go to work. Your kid is not getting up before you go to work. So they would have to rise, shine, brush their teeth, shower, whatever.
I mean, they should know how to do all of that.
Yeah.
stuff. I mean, I was in
Make their own food.
I was in military school.
I was in military school.
Proud to serve. At 11, 12.
Yeah, I understand.
I had to go to the airport and get my own ticket.
Yeah, but your dad was hoping you were going to get on the wrong plane every time.
That is true.
No, I mean,
He was
yeah,
always pulling from Milwaukee.
you were in a different situation.
Yeah. But I mean, your kid has all those skills by then.
They do,
Yeah.
But there's also the fear, like if one little thing goes wrong, let's say your kid wants to make toast. Yeah. And the toast catches on fire because they turn it all the way up. Well, there's no one home to deal with that situation.
But they know where the extinguisher is, unplug.
Do they? Or they panic.
Just don't throw water on it.
Like, let's say your kid wants to make themselves eggs. And, something happens with the stove. Like, I mean, those are all concerns parents have.
I know, but I don't know how much I trust my wife when that happens.
Well,
Like, if my wife said there's a fire in the kitchen, I think we would both go, oh, crap.
Yeah.
You're a grown man. Your wife's a grown woman.
But
you're going to handle it better than a 12-year-old.
I bet you not much.
Okay, I think 12 is...
You're both calling the same experts.
Yeah,
I'm
calling Kimmy's husband.
12
this.
12 is appropriate. I mean, that's middle school.
Yeah, I would think like middle school, you're on your own much more.
You know how to do laundry and all that
like
stuff,
too,
right?
Like I remember
I just taught my youngest how to do laundry.
I remember staying home from school sick, probably before 12, because like my mom couldn't call into work or my dad was at work, and like being on my own for a while.
That was the coolest, man, when you had the whole house to yourself.
Yeah.
Like he just had the run of the place.
Well, you didn't have siblings.
Oh, true. No, but didn't you have a time like you were sick, but the other ones were in school?
Yeah. But my dad, he also like worked weird hours and would come home in the middle of the day.
Yeah.
Because, he was a cop in the town I grew up in.
Yeah,
I'm trying to make 5 turkey sandwiches.
That's not what I was thinking. As a 12, 13-year-old boy, we getting down to some business here.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Yeah.
But again, the computer was in the kitchen, so if my dad just surprised me and walked home.
If it ain't hurting, it ain't working.
Okay. What?
I don't know.
Oh,
how that
dude,
applies.
I was raw at the end of the day. I actually needed a day off after my day off because I was completely drained.
So, yeah, leave your sons home tomorrow or Friday.
It was a high desert pond.
Let's take a break. This story just keeps getting crazier.
Yeah.
Like, just when you think it's all done, it gets worse and worse and worse. Because, look, you would understand a man of this age having fun with a 24-year-old woman.
Yep.
Especially when she is also ready, willing, and able.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems that this may be more than just a fling.
Oh.
At least according to what this woman is telling people she knows.
Oh, wow.
And we'll get to it next here in the break room on CMF. this story keeps getting crazier and crazier.
What happened?
He was the greatest football coach of all time. A grumpy old man who dressed like an idiot, knew everything there was to know about the sport. But if this recent story is true, and there's no reason to believe it's not, it seems that this issue in his life just got a whole bunch more serious.
So what happened?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 7 o'clock this morning, the city of Geneva, more specifically their police department, has a problem.
Whoa.
Because we know about that officer that is accused of selling, former officer, excuse me, that is accused of selling prescription medication while on duty, dressed as a police officer. We also know that 2 more police officers have been suspended since that. We don't know what for. But it turns out this may just be the tip of the iceberg because the police department in Geneva has a whole bunch of, how do I put this?
What's that?
Issues with working officers that they've documented.
Oh.
In fact, it's so bad.
Yeah.
It is like the worst in the state of New York.
Oh, it ranks, huh?
With that being said, the folks who run the police department in the city say this is actually a good thing.
Don't they always, though?
But they might have a point.
Okay.
We'll get to it. It's insane. Just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. A big break room congratulations to UNC football coach Bill Belichick on his recent engagement.
Oh, he's engaged?
Is that official?
Story in the New York Post says the 24-year-old woman he's been gallivanting with, Jordan Hudson, has been telling people close to her that she and the old ball coach are engaged to be married.
So I wonder if she's sporting a rock.
Oh, she actually is, because during Super Bowl week in New Orleans, she was photographed with a big old rock on her left finger.
Okay.
So Belichick.
Moving fast.
Yeah. Well,
Lock
not really, because it seems like he may have known her for 5 years, Kimmy.
Yeah.
Belichick, who is 49 years older than his possible fiance. Now, he's been in the news the last few months almost exclusively because of this woman.
Could you imagine being almost 50 years old and somebody tells you your former or your future wife just born?
Let's put it this way. It would be like Tommy marrying my oldest daughter.
Yeah, but the same age.
Yeah. No, it's almost exactly the same.
Just gotta chill.
Right? Isn't that deeply disturbing?
And she won't even talk to me.
Well,
when
no.
she's in the room.
Well, but if you'll take her to the mall, maybe you guys can negotiate. So whether it was her taking over as PR person, whether it was that weird-ass interview about his book with CBS that she awkwardly dragged him out of, whether it was the reports that UNC had to shoot down that she was not allowed at their facility, but then made it clear in the report that she does not work for the team, for a guy that's always hated drama, it has been nothing but drama for this old man.
But it's also costing them money because I thought they shot down, they were getting ready to shoot one of those HBO documentary-style things that they do with the NFL.
Hard Knocks,
But they were going to do it with them. And then she wanted control and, I guess, to be paid.
That's the report.
And HBO said, no thanks.
Shot it in the ass, which would have been huge for his recruiting, too, for the job, period.
Yeah, it would have.
Right?
I
I just want to watch it, man. But, so that's money gone.
It's just so funny to me, like a guy that seems like he's always been so he didn't want to give up any control with every job he's had. Like, he has just handed her the reins.
Yeah, it's amazing what young vagina would do to your
and
mind.
she holds the power in this relationship.
Yeah.
So his most recent media appearance was on Friday on Good Morning America. He was interviewed by Michael Strahan, NFL staff leader, and he asked him about the relationship. And in an obviously staged back and forth between he and Strahan, the hoodie said, and I quote, "Well, we have a good personal relationship. And I'm not talking about personal relationships, Michael. You know that." Despite him trying to dodge the questions, he is seen with her all the time, including the recent Miss Maine competition he was in the crowd for, where she placed a disappointing third.
Yeah, that is sad.
So for those curious, Belichick has been married once, from 1977 to 2006.
Oh.
They had 3 kids together. 2 of them, I believe, work on his staff in North Carolina right now. But you know what they say, Tommy?
What is that?
Even after 20 years, sometimes you got to get back on the horse with a woman who was born when you were 49 years old.
Yes.
And if all of this discussion so far hasn't made you feel creepy enough about the whole thing, Jordan Hudson, the woman that Bill Belichick may be engaged to, was born on March 5th, 2001, which was 11 months before Bill Belichick and the Patriots won their first Super Bowl.
Wow, before they went on the epic run.
Let me say that again.
Yeah.
The woman he may be engaged to was born 11 months before the Patriots won their first Super Bowl. And that was his third NFL job, by the way.
And by the way, did she come from money? Like I thought her family was pretty well to do.
There's a whole bunch of like crazy stories out there that are unconfirmed that her mother is like an owner of this very successful sex toy shop and is like a therapist in like the sex world.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure how true that is.
Okay.
This is having a negative aspect or a negative effect on every aspect of Bill Belichick's life. There have been brutal stories written about both of them. Apparently, she's also amassed a massive real estate portfolio in the last 2 years since she's like been with him.
How'd she do that?
There was a question now about how old they actually were when she first met, because they claim she was 21. It now appears she was 19. But the most interesting story may have come out yesterday.
What now?
In fact, there are two of them. The New York Post is reporting that Bill Belichick's longtime ex-girlfriend, her name is Linda Holliday, got into a heated confrontation with his new potential fiance.
Yeah.
So his ex-girlfriend.
See, yeah, because
at a holiday party in Nantucket.
I thought they were together a long time because I thought he was married to that
Was
woman.
not married to her.
Yeah.
They were just a long time together.
Yeah.
So according to TMZ, which you have to trust, the party was being held for Bill Belichick's ex's daughters. They were throwing this party for like a charity. Jordan Hudson showed up with a friend of hers at the party.
All right.
The ex got very upset because this woman would have known.
Invited.
Yeah. So she told her assistant to get the woman to leave, Jordan Hudson. She refused. Belichick's, ex-girlfriend then confronted her like on the dance floor.
And this is like rich folk.
Oh, yeah. Nantucket charity
Oh,
rich.
my God. It's like a billionaire off.
So
Jordan Hudson does give those evil stepmom vibes. Like, she is a character in every movie who marries somebody's dad for his money and then is awful, like sends the kids off to boarding school. Like, that is her to a T.
You're right. But past that story,
there's
another interesting one. Again, we're talking about how Jordan Hudson, the partner, I guess, of Bill Belichick, 24 years old, is telling people close to her that she is engaged. There are also photos of her from Super Bowl week with a big old rock on her left finger. Since that weird CBS interview, sports bettors are all of a sudden out on the University of North Carolina football team.
Oh, they think it's going to have a big effect.
It has to.
Before the date of the CBS interview, the majority of bets on North Carolina's football team, the total wins, were over for this season. Since then, 75% of bets on University of North Carolina football have come under the win total.
Damn.
It's literally affecting sports books.
I remember when they were dating and people were like, oh, that's going to be a positive for Bill Belichick and recruiting because she's going to keep him more in touch with like younger people. She's going to be a recruiting tool and all this. And it turns out it may be doing the complete opposite.
Well, look, she might be a tool. I mean, that sounds like she might.
I don't know. It doesn't sound like the university is thrilled with that she's hanging around.
I wonder what the odds are of him finishing the season for any reason.
So there are,
medical or her.
There are talking heads that are convinced he's not going to coach it down at UNC, that this is so
he won't
bad.
even get there?
Yeah. Now, here's the thing, and I guess you are the man to ask about this with your age. 252 WCMF. Is Bill Belichick in trouble, or does he know exactly what he's doing right now?
Oh, you think like maybe he's mentally not, like maybe he's got a little dementia
well,
or something like that?
No,
I wouldn't
just
go that
oblivious
far.
Or like in a.
He's out of touch.
Well, I mean, look.
Just being influenced by somebody that he's, I guess, never really dealt with before.
Smitten with.
Yeah.
I mean, we see stories, Tommy, of guys in their 60s, 70s, and 80s who get taken by, like, Shakira impersonators on Facebook.
Yeah.
I mean, look, the guy is with a 24-year-old woman.
Right.
He's a troll.
Right.
And he also has no personality. I can't imagine he got a lot of attention like this.
No,
right? Even back in the day, like
he was having some fun, and now it's gotten out of control.
So you think you don't think he has control over this right now?
Oh no, I doubt it at all. I mean, I think he thought this was, man, I can't believe this is happening, and then oh my God, this is actually happening.
Because, like, here's the thing.
She's a nightmare.
Well, okay.
But it didn't start out that way.
But it's also possible he doesn't care. He's aware. I mean, he's never cared about his reputation.
Maybe he kind of likes her sucking up all the attention.
But he's getting the attention.
Maybe he doesn't really realize that.
Sucking up other things, too. Right? Huh? Come on.
I have a feeling she's going to kill him. And I don't mean like murder
wear him
him
down over time.
I think
it's coming fast.
Something's going to happen to that dude, man.
Like What do you mean
Oh wait,
something's going to happen to this?
like actually kill him?
No, I don't think like murder. I just
okay.
think physically he's going to have a heart attack. He looks like a guy. He looks like a human heart attack already.
Okay.
And he looks like with the pace of things, he's going to try to keep up. And he's either going to die on top of her or on a snowboard. Two things he can't do. It's too much ride for him, man. It'd be like me pulling up out front with a big Harley.
Okay.
It's too much bike. It's just way too much bike for me. I can't handle it. But I'm going to try, and I'm going to wipe out. He's going to wipe out on her.
All right, so here's the thing, though. Like, his legacy
Is he in the Hall of Fame already?
No, he has to be 5 years removed.
Oh, God.
So he's 4 years
close.
away.
Okay.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I mean, Bill Belichick was so successful in the NFL, and I know we live in this constant state of, like, news. Whatever happens here will not affect his legacy. People aren't going to remember UNC unless he wins a national championship. Even if this woman, like,
Unless
makes
something like really crazy and weird happens.
there would have to be death, like in
Like,
all
it would have to
seriousness.
be
And then
something
how he
we've never
dies.
seen before.
Yeah, exactly. Or but I mean, like, maybe he realizes that his legacy is so cemented that I can do whatever I want,
No,
and it's not
okay.
going to hurt me.
And I'm thinking, watching him during that awkward CBS interview, or was that CBS? Yeah. He didn't like hate that she was telling him he can't answer that question. He was just like, well, can't answer that.
He was
Sorry.
turning into Reagan,
You know?
like the last years of Reagan when Nancy was literally feeding him. The Russians are going to do what they do, Mommy,
But you guys are having two different arguments
Yeah.
here, because you're arguing that he's not with it and she's controlling
I mean,
it.
it could be.
I'm arguing that he knows what's going on, and he's kind of like, oh, this is kind of nice. She's, telling me, she's in control. Sorry,
Right.
guys, can't do anything about it.
I just don't get what's in it for her. And I get the money thing, right?
Well, I think it's the exposure.
But
See, she could sell that for a long time, right?
But it's all negative. Nobody likes this woman.
But is she still getting money on being an influencer?
No, I don't.
Yeah, she still could be making a lot of money on it.
But, I mean, you talk about reputation. Like, his reputation won't be hurt, right? Which is a whole other discussion, whether that's fair or not.
Yeah.
Everybody hates this woman. Not a single person defends this woman. And I don't know if that's fair or not, because we don't even really know this woman, right? But every story that is written about her has been a negative story.
So that's going to blow up too.
Okay, so, like, why would you not, one,
But maybe she don't see it that way.
she has to. I mean, you can't tell me a woman
She's a
like that.
24-year-old kid.
Who must be reading everything about her.
But she
Yeah.
could be thinking any attention's good attention.
Yeah.
Okay,
She could have that mentality.
all right.
She's almost embracing it a little bit.
Because she's got another 50, 60 years to live,
Yeah.
right?
Not on top of him. That's got to do. Having sex with Bill Belichick has to be like smoking 2 packs a day, right? Like, what's the average lifespan of a Bill Belichick knobber?
Well, I think his ex-wife and his ex-girlfriend are both alive still.
Yeah, but they probably weren't doing much towards the end. Where this chick is probably still, putting her tonsils on him.
For God's sakes. And most people have their tonsils out as kids, so that didn't even work. Let's take a break. I'm upset about the sexual reference. I'm more upset that you don't know about throat
Proper
anatomy,
tonsils.
especially the way your mother was brought up. This is an interesting story.
What happened?
Because on the surface, this is really, really, really bad.
Oh,
We know about a couple of stories out in Geneva involving their police department, and we'll recap those from the last couple of weeks. But there's something else going on. Because when it comes to inappropriate behavior, the Geneva Police Department leads the state
wow. That little town.
by, like, a wide margin.
So they're crushing it.
And, like, not even per capita. We're just talking in total.
Wow.
So if you were to just stand back and look at this, you would say, wow, this place has a serious problem that has to get fixed.
Yeah.
Yet, city leaders and police officials
Yeah, what are they saying?
are arguing what we are seeing here is actually a good thing.
It's working out great.
And look, I know it sounds insane,
Yeah.
and they may not be right, but here's the thing.
All right.
The argument they make makes sense.
All right.
And we'll get into all of it
Wow.
next here in the break room on CMF. It's been a rough go for a city and their local police department.
Yeah. It's not even summer yet.
Nope. And look, it's not great headlines out of Geneva.
Yeah.
But it turns out the problem may be bigger than everyone thought. That is, if you see this as a problem.
Yeah.
Because despite the fact that the city has a shocking number of issues with their police department over a pretty good stretch of time, folks who run the city and the department say what is happening here is actually a good thing.
Getting to the root of the problem.
And when you stand back and look at what they're saying,
Yeah.
they may not be wrong.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 7:25, 7:30.
Yeah.
The Rochester Police Department showed up at a scene with injured people
Oh.
and saw something they did not expect.
Oh.
Because you've made fun of guys like this for years.
And am I right?
I don't know if you're right or wrong. I'll say this, based on the story yesterday, I would stop making fun of them.
Oh.
So we'll get to that
Okay.
just after 7:30. Also, we got a pair of tickets to see Back to the Future at the Wester Auditorium Theater on June 17th. We're not going to give them to you now.
All right.
Don't call. But if I were you,
What'd I do?
I'd wait just a little while longer.
I will.
Wink.
Okay, you can wink.
Thank good. I'm glad you've turned on your whole winking policy.
It's Broadway.
So sit tight. We'll get you those Back to the Future tickets here in a little while in the break room on CMF. So about 3 weeks ago,
Yeah.
we heard a ridiculous story from the Geneva Police Department. A police officer, 13-year veteran, had been arrested after accused of selling Adderall in uniform while on the job at a used car dealership at like 7:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
And if that sentence is not the most ridiculous thing you've ever
Yeah.
heard, that officer also ran the DARE program. So that officer was suspended.
Yeah.
He later resigned. And then a few days after that, we got word that a sergeant and another officer in the Geneva Police Department had been suspended. And to this day, we do not know what that is all about.
All right.
We wait to hear what the
Yeah.
situation is. But it turns out, Tommy,
What happened?
the issues in the Geneva Police Department may be worse than what is going on with these three officers. USA Today
Yeah.
has been doing
Wow. The big paper.
That's a kid. That's an 80s man right there. Well, USA Today, I get that free at the hotel.
That was a national paper, son.
USA Today has been doing a series the last couple of years they call Good Cop, Bad Cop.
Mm-hmm.
Dozens of police departments in the state of New York have released their disciplinary records to the paper over the last 20 years. And all of those departments, let me try this again. Of all of those departments, Geneva seems to have the biggest problem. So they call these, Tommy, failure to perform duty incidents.
Okay, so it's like a report card.
For example, one incident in Geneva
Yeah.
had a police officer leave the scene of a violent crime involving knives despite being told to stay by a superior officer. That officer, according to the USA Today, was later found to just be hanging out at the station.
You went back to his office.
Yeah.
All right.
So according to the USA Today, in the last 17 years, the Geneva Police Department has had 51 failure to perform duty or neglecting to follow proper protocol incidents with its officers. And it is by far the most of all of the police departments that report it. People who live in Geneva are furious.
Okay.
And you'd understand
Sure,
why.
yeah.
You want to be able to trust the folks taking care of your
Yeah,
well-being.
you want safety.
And that's hard to do when you see this stuff.
Yeah, right.
However,
What's that?
the folks who run the city of Geneva
Yeah, what they say.
and the police department, they see it a different way.
I bet you they do.
Their argument is the reason there are so many incidents reported in the Geneva Police Department involving their officers is because their police department is transparent and they are holding their officers accountable. I guess in that statement they are implying, Tommy, maybe other departments aren't doing that.
We're tough on these guys with these other soft departments. We're the good ones over here.
Okay, I'm guessing by the voice you are doing, you do not take them at their
Man,
word.
what a spinola of crap.
Spinola of crap. One of the worst 70s game shows.
Right on spinola of crap.
I'm going to go wash my shirt.
With Bert Convy. No, I'm telling you, man, that just sounds like somebody covering their ass because we do a good job. We're tough on these guys.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263.
Yeah.
Tommy, I get where you're coming from.
All right.
But here's the thing.
What?
Their argument does make sense.
No, they're
Yeah,
just
because
pointing
even-
at everybody else. As soon as you're in trouble, and you start pointing across the street or down the road, you know you full of crap, man.
I guess, but when those incidents are reported, I mean, this is like the best way you can spin it, right? Well, you guys wanted to know, and here's the information, so.
Well, I mean, you guys keep using the word spin, and just using the word spin implies that they are doing something that is dishonest.
It's a misdirection,
I'm saying like
yes.
you're framing the honesty a certain way.
Because you're not saying we are safe because we expose all this. But so we're not the worst. There's other departments that are worse than us. They just don't investigate as harshly as we do.
I think that's the implication.
Right. So to make it sound like, no, we're very safe. We hold these guys highly accountable.
Okay. Well, let me ask you
other than other departments around the state.
Okay. Let me ask you this question. Do you think that every police department around the state of New York fully divulges the things that happen that are negative with their officers?
No, of course not.
Okay. So then they have a point.
But I also think they don't.
Okay.
I think they got their pants. They got pants. So now to Kimmy's point, you have to spin it. Like this probably isn't all that's going on in Geneva.
Oh, you think there's more? Okay, but here's the thing. I can't have this conversation with you because as soon as you hear stuff like this, you go into like 70s dirty cop movie immediately. Like your mind just spins off. They're selling cocaine down by the pier to the Colombians, which is weird because the Colombians already have their own cocaine.
We gotta get Lieutenant Callahan on this situation.
It is funny how that transparency.
You're breaking the law. You're a wild gun, Callahan.
It is. That transparency, as if I'm somebody that lives in the town, might make me feel like everybody's getting away with something. But at the same time, like, I know what's everything that's going on. So it makes me also feel like there's no secrets, which I don't know which is the better way to feel about it. Like, keep me out of the loop or keep me in the loop. But now I'm like, oh, is everything buttoned up over there?
Well, I think you simplify that statement, Kimmy. What's worse? Bad things happening that people don't know about, or bad things happening that gets made public that lead to pressure to correct those issues? Because the Geneva Police Department is under pressure to correct what's going on here.
Yeah. True.
Which, in theory, would lead to a better, safer police department, better, safer city, things like that. Now, look, I don't know what the truth is here because I agree with you. When you hear them say that out loud and you don't think about it, it sounds kind of stupid.
And I understand why they're saying it.
But there's logic behind it.
Okay.
All right, let me ask this question.
Good.
252 WCMF. Again, as this report in the USA Today finds that the Geneva Police Department, after the incident a couple weeks ago with the police officer allegedly selling drugs on duty while in uniform, 2 other police officers suspended later that week for we do not know what. The USA Today does a report that finds that Geneva has a ton more incidents and issues with their officers involving them getting into trouble on the job than any other police department in the state of New York. Would people really want to know if those other police departments aren't as open about what's happening?
Oh, like if they could find out.
Like if you could actually gather all that information.
Let's say you had some independent folks in every police department.
And you got full exposure.
Absolute exposure.
Yeah.
All right, the average person,
yeah.
Right? Would you really want to know? Because, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think people think they would really want to know until they actually saw the actual numbers.
Because folks like black and white.
Yeah.
Right? I want nothing to think about. There are good guys and there are bad guys, and the good guys fight the bad guys. But when you have reports of things that go wrong inside a department,
sure,
it forces you to decide what you are and are not okay with. Because, for example, like in this report we're talking about, if you just talk about it at base level, it sounds like there's a lot of really bad things going on inside the Geneva Police Department. But, we told you a story. One of the incidents is a guy leaving a scene despite his commanding officer, I guess you would call him, telling him you need to stay here. That wasn't a fireable offense.
Yeah.
There's another report of somebody
What?
Somebody allegedly caught one of the officers watching a video in his squad car. Like he's just sitting there watching TV in his squad car.
Yeah.
That is not a fireable offense, right?
Yeah.
And folks are entitled to make mistakes at their
jobs.
job.
They're all human beings.
You got it.
Yeah.
But you then have to decide as a community which mistakes you are okay with police officers making. Yeah, and which ones you are not.
And that's impossible.
Well, it's not.
No, but it is because the second that everybody is now has that information. Now you get everybody's opinion on that information. So what I might not see as a big deal, somebody else might see as a big deal, and vice versa.
But here's the thing.
You know what I mean? Like, I think that would be the most concerning part for me is what people do with that information.
But here's the thing, Kimmy.
Like, you may see something like, yeah, you probably shouldn't do that. And somebody else is like, well, you know, somebody else will make excuses for it.
But
right?
in a community, all of those arguments are valid. And I'll give you the example that we had last week. Where when we
But does it do any good, I guess?
Well, I mean, it does. It forces a conversation, and someone's going to win out, right? The majority at some point is going to win out. Last week, 2 weeks ago, when we had the story about the officer allegedly selling prescription medication in Geneva. You said you would not want that man fired.
Yeah, I when I heard the story, it just sounded like a bad decision, but I didn't see it affecting his job.
Mm-hmm. I mean, again, I want to.
Okay.
You didn't see a police officer whose job it is to enforce the law, in uniform, on duty, selling a controlled substance.
But that was like his prescription
that.
drugs.
That would be a controlled substance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's
See, you know, when they say it's his, you know why? Because they have controlled it to his general area. And not even general area, his straight up area.
But he didn't need him, and he's just getting rid of him, and he's just cutting a deal. I don't.
No, it's funny how you go with the last one. You're cutting a deal, and then I don't know.
I don't see it as I don't look at that as a drug deal. Like he was like dealing with like street level narcotics.
You don't look at him selling the drugs as a drug deal.
I don't.
Okay.
And I know that sounds weird.
No, it doesn't sound weird. That doesn't make sense. You don't look at him selling drugs as a drug deal.
I look at it when Nixon was asked about Elvis's drug use.
Uh-huh.
And he goes, he's not a drug addict. Those were prescribed by a licensed doctor. And,
Sure.
So that's why I made him an artificial fake drug enforcement officer.
No, I think the best way.
Pat and I are on board with that. Even Neil.
I think the best way to prove that you're right is to quote Richard Nixon.
But you're going to get a bunch of Tommies. He got railroaded. That's not fair.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
Look, you're right, but here's the thing.
I mean, I'm not saying what he did wasn't bad.
But he shouldn't be fired as a cop?
Yes.
Okay. Kimmy, here's the thing.
Yeah.
I understand your frustration because, like, everybody will look at something that happens, a story,
I know
whatever.
it's necessary, but as, like, somebody who, you got enough going on in your day where you're just like, I don't need to hear everybody's opinion right now.
Okay, but then the question becomes, who will watch the Watchmen? Because the other side of this, Kimmy, and I understand it. I get it. You don't want the stress. You don't want to see what people you know and like have to say where you're not going to like them anymore.
It's going to break some relationships, I think.
But when there is no transparency or very little transparency, all of a sudden when one story breaks and there's 1,000 stories behind it, it's a problem. And then you have certain members of the community that are affected in ways that you don't understand because you live in a certain area or you have a job that's a certain way, you're friends with certain people. It matters. It matters.
Well, here's how you're going to get your here's how it shakes out, right? So let's say the people that get voted in and out of these offices that run these departments.
Okay, so here's
the
the
mayor and the police chief and all that.
I believe when it comes to police departments, it would just be the mayor or like city officials that can be voted in and out. I believe
the chief is selected by the mayor?
Or is selected by somebody. I believe it's only sheriffs that are elected in New York State. But go ahead.
So if that mayor, if these powers that be get reelected, there's your answer.
Well, but here's the thing, man.
You know what I mean? Like people go, yeah, I'm fine with it.
I can think of one town in this area who has nothing but corruption allegations following them for 25 years. They keep getting reelected.
And they're happy. So they're happy.
No, but they're not because everyone in that town bitches and moans.
But they don't do anything. So there's your department.
But I guess that's my question, too. Like, is transparency worth it if nothing's done about it anyways?
Right. Okay. Yeah.
And I think that's what would be frustrating to me is like, okay, you're giving me all this information, but nothing's happening.
So it's just a wind chime, right?
Okay. So both of you, let me just make sure I'm on the same page.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Both of you argue that there should be no transparency.
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay, what is it
saying,
then?
Like, what am I saying?
You're arguing for no transparency.
I know that transparency is necessary. I just don't have a lot of hope for it. Does that make sense? Like, I don't have a lot of hope that it's going to do any good.
Okay.
I think transparency works inside the department.
But that's not transparency.
No, I'm saying the transparency's out there. I said what it may affect is the guys in the department.
No, what do you mean?
I don't think it's going to affect the voters, and I don't think it's going to. I think the guys inside the department knowing that this is there may help the department rein in itself.
Okay.
Possibly.
But if nothing gets done about it, why would it?
Well, then you got to get Officer Callahan out there. Then you got to ask yourself, punk. With all this confusion, I don't know how many shots I fired, but you look like a fella that could use some Adderall.
So he shot a bunch of people that sold Adderall?
Yeah.
And you still want to keep
might hurt. It might help him.
You're breaking the law! Look, you should have total transparency in law enforcement.
Yes, you should, but you're never.
You're
never going to have total anything. It's impossible.
But it's because I would argue.
It's never happened.
I would argue it's because guys like you go, meh. That's why.
No, it's because everybody goes to work with one thing in common: cover your ass. Everybody has that. Cover your ass. Mm-hmm. I'm not gonna like expose my ass for you, and you're not gonna do it for me. So everybody's an island.
Okay.
So to a degree, so you're never gonna get total transparency, man.
Well, you see, you start talking like that.
It's not gonna happen, man.
You just don't care because it doesn't affect you. No, you don't. You don't care because it doesn't affect you.
Right. That's everybody.
But it will eventually. Whether it is your kid, whether it is your neighbor.
But that's when you'll make that decision.
And that's when it's too late.
But that's how we live.
That's when it's too late.
That's how we work in a free society.
But that's not a statement. That's how we live. Like, that is the most BS. I just want it off my plate. I don't want to think about it. You can't handle the truth.
I don't want to know the truth.
Man!
You just want North Korea.
No, I don't. No, you want North Korea.
No, that's transparency.
You are arguing.
You got to report to dear leader.
No, you are
I don't
arguing.
think you have that right.
And then they shoot you.
That's the opposite of what you're saying. Look, man. You should have total transparency in a police department. It's a stressful job. I watched it firsthand my entire childhood. That being said, it pays well. It's got great benefits.
Oh, yeah.
It's got an early retirement. It is a sacred duty with paychecks that come from people you live around, right? Does that job not deserve more scrutiny than the average job?
But they're still human beings.
I understand, but here's the thing. There is human being, there is humanity, there is forgiveness.
Right.
There's nothing that says you have to continue to be able to have that job.
All right, but I look at a dad like your dad who went and did the job every day.
Sure.
Ground it out.
Okay.
Gets disrespected by his family.
Oh, for God's sakes.
Can't even enjoy a sandwich at noon and watch television.
What is that?
While I'm on duty without you running your damn mouth.
But what does that have to do with him doing his job?
Absolutely
Let me ask you that
nothing.
question, right?
I have no idea.
Because you're just running your mouth. All right, let me ask you this then.
What's that?
What is the best case scenario as we wrap up this discussion with the Geneva Police Department? That the Geneva Police Department has all kinds of issues that other departments do not have. Is that the best case scenario? Or that other departments aren't being as open about their issues, and Geneva is actually super transparent in everything that is happening,
Well, good for Geneva, horrible for everybody else.
Not according to you, because I don't want to know, man. Hey, man, I just want to taste the sausage. I don't want to know how it's made, man.
Right.
Oh, it affects me now. Oh, now I've been affected. I'm talking like a Muppet. That's what you sound like. All right, let's take a break.
Whatever.
It's time to go back to the future.
Okay.
8th caller right now, 252-WCMF, your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Back to the Future on stage at West Her Auditorium Theater, June 17th. Tickets are on sale right now, Ticketmaster.com. 8th caller, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Back to the Future. 8th caller, best of luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. Police Department had to respond to this.
Well, what happened?
If I were you, I would stop making jokes about these kinds of people.
People or men?
Kimmy, it's fair to say these are all men that have these things, right?
I'd assume, yeah.
Right. I don't know how many women would have these. But rarely do we see this weapon used.
Oh.
But it got used.
A weapon.
And it's also confusing, Kimmy, how the victims ended up becoming victims.
I would think you'd see this coming.
We'll try and break it all down next year at the break room. On CMF. Not something you'd expect to encounter in an altercation with someone.
What happened?
At least not since a crusade. Yet some folks in the city of Rochester found themselves staring down one of these yesterday. And obviously, we have to talk about why.
Yeah.
But it seems the question that most people want to know is how?
Yeah.
How does someone with this weapon get the jump on you?
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We have our winner for the Back to the Future tickets. Kimmy, who's going to see the show?
Rick.
Rick!
Yeah, Rick.
Dun, dun. It's the power of love. Back to the Future. We will have 2 more pair of tickets tomorrow for you. Back to the Future at the Western Auditorium Theater. Good luck tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. The Rochester Police Department were called to Lexington Ave yesterday afternoon.
What happened?
Reports of people stabbed.
Oh, dear God.
Not good. But it's a story the police probably get calls for all the time.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Except when they got to this one, probably not the situation they thought they'd see.
So what's the diff?
What's the diff?
You know what happened?
What?
We read him rap lyrics
Yes.
in the break, and
Yes,
now
we
he's
did.
trying to do slang.
I want to check that music out. Man.
Okay, maybe we'll talk about that later.
It's pretty funny.
Authorities say in this case,
Yeah.
they found the victims with sword wounds.
Sword wound.
Sword wounds?
Wounds from a sword.
You got it.
That's old school.
Yeah, it is.
Police say 3 people had gotten into a fight,
Yeah.
and that fight resulted in folks getting cut by a sword.
So like legit sword.
Sword.
You call that a knife? Well, this is a sword.
I love how you went from Crocodile Dundee to Sean Connery.
Yeah.
So a 35-year-old man was arrested and being charged. Authorities say the folks injured by the sword suffered non-life-threatening injuries, and everything we just told you, those are all the details we have.
Yeah.
We don't even know if the 35-year-old man was the sword wielder.
Oh, okay.
All right? So this incident started as a fight
Yeah.
and ended with 2 people being cut by a sword, which, if the allegations are true, means one of 2 things.
What's that?
A, the victims got into a fight with a man wielding a sword.
Like he had it on him at the time.
What?
Yeah.
No, I know.
Like I don't think you can conceal a sword. Like you know that person has a sword,
Yeah,
right? Like you can't
yeah.
hide it.
No one's ever been arrested
But
for
hold on.
concealed
It's
carry
not
of
like
a
you pull
sword.
out a pocket knife or
Did he
something.
run back to his house and get it? Like pick it up the cradle that's above the fireplace?
Wait, guys, hold
Yes.
that thought.
Okay, so let's break this down.
Yeah. Do you
right?
have it in a car?
Let's break it down. I know we make fun of Sword Guy on this show all the time.
Yeah.
Especially one that may be in his mid-30s. But if I've got a beef with someone and they have a ninja weapon,
Yeah.
I'm out on that fight.
Yep.
Right? I don't know how to defend sword.
Well, that's
I've
the
been
long
waiting to
blade.
use this.
They don't make sword-proof vests.
No, they don't.
Okay, but let's go down what you just discussed. B, the fight started, the person went and got a sword,
Yeah.
and the fight continued. How well would you have to be doing in a fight to see the person you're fighting come back with a sword
Yeah.
and think, yeah, I still got this,
All right.
right? Appearance of sword, no matter how well that fight is going, should be the end of a fight.
Unless he doesn't look like he knows how to use it. And it's very, cumbersome, right? So it's not, it's hard to wield one probably.
Oh, you practice wielding that sword.
And
yeah,
even-
but you think you're good. But
Well, good enough to.
are you
fight off
battle
3
hardened?
people.
Are
Okay.
you ready to go?
I don't have a sword, though. No, stop that. That was you using a sword?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sitting down.
Everyone on the live stream is very disappointed.
Well, because I'm doing this right
They're
now.
also-
I can't tell
I don't
if you're
know
into
what
some
that
weird
is.
sexual
Yeah.
stuff or you're using a sword.
There's also I'm also picturing like a different type of person that uses a sword. Like there's like the ninja way to use a sword, and then there's like the old school like knight's way, like double-handed
Right.
sword.
Well, I think you need 2 hands. Oh, you're thinking like the
Like-
ninja where you got one.
Yeah.
Well, that's more like fencing.
Yeah.
This is a
or
sword
fencing.
with a full handle on it, probably,
I
right?
don't
Like those
know.
ones those
I
ninja
love it.
guys
We all
use.
have different swords in our head, I think.
No,
Kimmy, we have now reached the point of the story where Tommy, who knew nothing about the story, is telling us what
Yeah.
happened in the story. Stop that. So you're doing it old
Yeah,
school.
you're like knights.
Night way.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Like,
that's what that's my generation.
I feel like ninja is like more quick.
like
you
Errol
know?
Flynn, like back in the day, swooping in.
Kimmy doesn't know who that is.
A swashbuckler.
She's never flown that airline.
Oh, what a great airline it was.
Errol Flynn.
Yeah.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Even if this person walked out and didn't look like they knew what they were doing
Yeah.
with the sword, I'm still backing
Well, I'm
off.
Bolton, yeah, but there's some tough guys that think they can get around it, right?
Oh, I
Like if you come out and you're a soft boy with a sword, you know what I'm saying?
No.
And like, oh, you need a sword to back you up now, man?
No, I don't know what you're
Is that you
saying.
gonna fight?
I know. Who would say that?
Tough guy?
No. There's no one tough enough where even the least talented.
Two guys that got cut.
I'm dying to know what the hell led to this. Like when the sword came out.
Yeah.
How do you surprise with a sword?
I don't think they were.
Okay.
I think they stood their ground and said, "Yeah, bring it."
The folks who got into this alleged fight with this man on Lexington Avenue with a sword yesterday, do you think they knew he owned a sword before this fight started?
If they knew him, like if they were familiar with him, then yes.
Okay. Why is that?
Because you know the guys that own swords.
Why do you know guys who own swords?
Because they're sword guys.
More than just a sword.
Yeah, they're that guy. You know what I mean?
All right. Well, what's sword guy look like?
Kind of soft. You know what I mean?
Because I got two cut up people that would argue differently.
I understand. You know, they probably own some of them ninja stars.
Okay.
Probably got some chucks.
Okay.
He's got the standard equipment.
All right.
He may even own a blowgun. Yes.
My uncle had a blowgun.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, your mother always wanted al natural.
You got that?
Yeah.
She was
She was queen blowgun.
Somebody take a sword to your tongue?
Right down there on Lexington Avenue.
252 WCMF, shut up. Let's talk to Brian. Hey, Brian, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing great, guys.
What's up?
Hey, maybe it was a cane sword. You know, one of those ones that's inside a walking stick.
Okay, all right.
You could surprise somebody with that one for sure.
I'd still be worried, Brian, about fighting someone with a cane.
But you're still going to pull that thing out, man.
I mean, no, if you got it, why not? You got it to pull it out.
Okay, but no, to Tommy's point, as soon as you saw metal, you're not running the other way?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Great call, Brian.
I'm dumb. I ain't stupid.
All right, Brian, thanks for the call. Okay, so that doesn't help the scenario because he has to take the...
Sheath it.
See? No, because I had it. Sheath. I had the word and you said sheath. Sheath. Unsheath.
With sword.
With Worcestershire sword.
Do you think it's the first time the guys used the sword?
I hope so. Like in a fight?
I think
I mean, if you keep it on you, I feel like you're using it any chance you get.
Well, no, if it's a cane, I mean, it could be,
But you also went out of your way to buy a cane sword.
Yeah.
I would also, I mean, if it's a 35-year-old, if the 35-year-old is the one arrested using the sword, it would be suspicious he had a cane in the first place.
Yeah, unless he's like effed up.
Or in Boys to Men. Like, those are the only two ways you would have a cane.
Or he's going to prom.
252 WCMF. Police were called yesterday to Lexington Ave in the afternoon after reports of two people being cut by a sword. There was a fight. Apparently a sword was involved. The 35-year-old man has been arrested and is being charged, but we don't know if he was the sword wielder. Those are all the information we have other than the folks that were hit by the sword. Non-life-threatening injuries, which is good. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Mark. Hey, Mark. How are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Hey.
So, I got to be honest with you. I'm not too worried about a sword.
Okay.
Because here's a 35-year-old dude with a sword. He's like a Harry Potter fan. He's not a tough guy at all. So, if you actually, say, hey, listen, I'm going to get that sword away from you, and I'm going to destroy you, he's probably going to back down.
Okay.
I'm going to destroy
you. Mark. This is why women live longer than men. Because you, with no self-defense training at all, believe that you could walk up to a man you don't know and disarm him of a sword without getting cut.
A 35-year-old Harry Potter lover, yeah, I can definitely take him.
Hey, Mark, how old are you?
I'm 49.
Hey, I got a question. I got a quick question.
Sure.
Did they have swords in Harry Potter? Because I thought they were wizards that didn't need that crap.
Yeah, they go hand in hand. People who collect swords like Harry Potter. I'm just saying.
No.
No, I thought more like Kung Fu lover would have the sword.
Yeah, more like karate, that style.
Yeah. I think you got the wrong movie, bro.
No, here's the thing. So you come at me with a sword, I think I'm all right. You come at me with a machete, I'm in trouble.
It's the same thing.
Still sword.
The same. It's just,
bro, if I come in with a ham sandwich, I got
you. You ain't kidding. Well, listen.
Once a fatty, always a fatty.
I have a machete. I do not have a sword.
Why do you have a machete, Mark?
I also have a machete.
Well, for camping, for man stuff.
I was just curious.
Man stuff.
I didn't know if you collected them or
to
something.
cut the plastic off his salami. Man stuff.
But really, I mean, men do stuff with machetes. Nerds do stuff with swords. I'm not worried about a sword. Bring it on.
All right, Mark, I'm going to let you go be a tough guy, but thank you for the call. That might be the dumbest call we've ever taken.
Pontoon boat boy says he's tough.
I'm
even
baffled.
a tough boat.
I'm baffled. Like, I don't care how tough you think you are.
Yeah.
That person with a sword still has the advantage.
Oh, yeah.
The smartest advice ever given to me in my life
What's that?
was by my boxing coach when I was a kid. And Coach Tom told me,
Lead with your face.
if you get in a knife fight,
Yeah.
you're going to get cut.
All right.
It's a fact of life.
Right.
You're going to get cut. And this is a much bigger knife.
It's a little old lady with a sword. I'm running in the opposite direction.
Thank you. All right, with all that being said, Tommy,
Yeah, buddy.
do you think you could win a sword fight right now?
No.
No, you each get a sword.
So you're battling it out.
Everyone gets a sword.
I don't.
Equal playing field.
With my back and knees these days, no.
Percentage of men, now keep in mind the call we just took with Mark.
Yeah.
The percentage of men at this moment in America, them versus a random person, both have a sword. What percentage of men think they could win that sword
All right.
fight?
The only thing I could use to figure this out are my two brothers.
Okay.
And I think they both feel that they could win that fight. So I'm going to say 100%.
Well, it can't be 100 because you said no.
Okay. So what's less than 100%? What's just 99%?
99%. Okay.
Yeah.
Kimmy, do you think your husband thinks two random men, he and just a random man, could he beat him in a sword fight?
He might say yes.
He would say yes. He's going to win that
yeah,
sword fight. Okay.
Yeah.
Even guys who think swords are stupid believe they've seen enough ninja movies or night movies where they could hold their own in a sword fight, right? And that may have been what happened with these victims on Lexington Avenue.
It could be.
Right?
Yeah.
Like when the sword came out, they thought they could go all Bruce Lee, Jackie Chan, and then they found out in real
Ouch,
time.
ouch, ouch.
252 WCMF, one of our most famous sword guys here in the break room.
Who's that?
Ben's on CMF. Hey, Ben. How are you, buddy?
Pretty good. No, I'm just interested in swords. I do not collect them, but
how many swords do you have, Ben?
None, technically. I have a wooden sword. Let's not talk about that.
But hold on, you're interested in swords, but you don't collect them?
He gets Sword Collector Monthly, but he doesn't have an actual sword.
Oh, my God.
Are you too
But
broke for
anyway,
your own hobby?
Yes, Tommy, this has been well established. I'm broke as a joke.
So you would have a sword. You would have a sword if you could afford a sword.
Yeah. So he dreams of sword.
Yeah, like if I had won the Powerball, I'd probably go buy a sword.
Great investment, man.
To play it.
Okay, you were saying.
Hell yeah, man. But anyways, so I was telling Kimmy on the phone, it was like in the heat of the moment, you're not going to analyze the type of weapon they're attacking you with. You're just going to see what you think is a sword. So I would assume this is more of a dagger, which is from what I could find online, was about 10 to 20 inches.
All right, Ben, it says sword. In the story, the police report says sword, Ben.
It's a dagger, I
No
heard.
way.
Either way, dagger,
Yes,
sword,
but dude,
still running.
Yeah.
Yeah, but okay, that's what the witness, the people that got stabbed, they say, well, I got attacked with a sword. If you guys saw a 20-inch dagger, would you say sword or would you say dagger?
Doesn't matter, really, Ben.
I say knife.
Either way.
Big ass knife.
Either way, you shouldn't go
you
near
could
it.
have an inch dagger where you could just keep it on your belt.
I wish I had one right now
All right, great call, Ben. Thanks, buddy. Have a good rest
to
of the
run it through my ears.
Is he saying they thought they could take on a dagger, not
dagger.
a sword?
Yeah.
Either way,
Knife!
it's a sharp,
big ass
long
knife.
object.
Switchblade. Let's just go with the switchblade,
Yeah.
right? Standard 1950s gangster.
Yeah.
I'm going to come get you. I'm out.
All right.
One thing is for sure.
What's that?
Whoever owned the sword in this scenario that cut some folks, they definitely felt vindicated in the end. Because guy who owns sword looks at himself a lot differently than folks who see guy who owns
A
sword.
non-sworders.
You got it.
Yeah.
Because you just described a guy who owns a sword as a sad, soft boy. You'd never think they'd be good with the sword.
Yeah.
But right or wrong, illegal or not,
Yeah, buddy.
the fact that he got to use the sword and other people saw how effective he may have been with the sword, that does have to feel good.
Oh, sure.
Right?
Who's laughing now?
I mean, right, you would have to think that.
Yeah.
Right?
Little
You guys-
vindication.
You laughed at me dead. Steve writes us on Instagram. We got a bunch of folks writing here. I'm sorry, we've been rambling. Duffy on WCMF on Instagram. Steve says, I had a friend that had a huge sword collections. They come dull because it's illegal for companies to sharpen them. So that guy had to go somewhere to have it sharpened if he's cutting people.
Okay.
All right, Adam writes, and Kimmy, this is a question for you.
Okay.
What about Kim's husband with a fireman axe against a sword wielding villain?
Axe versus
You could throw
I
an
think
axe.
The sword, yeah, but the sword still. If you throw it and miss, now you're done. The sword still, it gives you more length. It gives
I'm
you
going
more
axe.
of a range.
No, I think she's right.
There's axe
Yeah.
murderers, bro.
Look,
Yeah, but I
When's the
can,
last time you heard sword murder?
yeah, but if I can't get near you to swing the axe, then I'm out.
You chuck that bastard.
No, you don't throw it. If you got one shot.
Yeah, you better
miss, it's
make
over.
It count.
You don't think a fireman could throw an axe?
All the
You're
guy has.
thinking more of a hatchet. I
Yes.
don't know how easy an axe would be to
Yeah.
throw.
See, it's more like a dagger sword. No, man. They say styles make fights. I'll give you another boxing reference
Right.
because it's like a shorter axe versus a sword. Your right hand gets you around the corner. Your jab gets you around the world. Ba 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 with the sword. Ba,
Oh, okay.
ba 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 ba.
All right.
Finally, let's finish
What's
with
that?
London. I do want to make sure everybody gets in here.
London?
London on Instagram writes us.
But that's a dude's name.
I think so. It says London. It says, I know you guys are thinking of a long sword or samurai sword, but it's likely a short sword, which is similar in size to a machete. Okay, can we get over the size of
Yeah.
it? It's a blade, man.
Yeah.
It's a blade.
Yeah, it's a sharp blade.
Let's take a break. You're going to be excited.
Well, good.
Up to this point, this store that you have wanted to visit your entire life, or at least that you found out they existed, has been far too far a drive.
Oh.
But they're expanding,
Damn.
and they're expanding fast.
Who coming?
I'm going to tell you who it is, and you're not going to be the only one that's excited because this place has become an international phenomenon.
Oh.
But it's still going to be a hike. You could do it in a day.
Okay.
And
I got a day.
It's not like a vacation, but you get to be there in person yourself.
Ooh.
We'll tell you what it is and how close it's coming to Rochester next here at the Break Room on CMF. Oh, buddy.
What happened?
It's finally time.
Time?
Well, look, you and I lived out of these for a very long time. And we know what makes them good and what makes them not.
Yeah.
And when you and I both realized what this was, when this came into our conscience, all we wanted to do was try it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's on the other side of the country. Until now.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 8 o'clock. It's Wednesday. You know what that means?
Oh, hate.
Yep, that's right. A woman agreeing with the takes that all these men had when we talked about this 2 weeks ago feels a lot different. And I think hearing this woman agree with you
with me
will make you change your opinion.
Oh, it'll gross me out.
Not gross, because it really sends home when she goes, yeah, you guys are right. The consequences here.
All right.
And we'll get into it just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. You familiar with Buc-ee's?
Oh, yeah. Huge.
Would you like to explain to the audience what Buc-ee's is?
So Buc-ee's is the world's largest convenience store, gas station. When I mean large, it has like 120 pumps.
Yep.
And it's not a truck stop.
Nope.
But it's a full-on, everything fun to eat or look at is in a Buc-ee's. So they're also known for their brisket sandwiches.
It's been ranked some of the best in America out of this gas station.
But the thing is huge. It's the size of a Wegmans.
So there's a couple of locations. They started in Texas. They moved to Florida, I believe. They're all in the South, far, far away from us. And Buc-ee's has become an international phenomenon.
Yeah.
People taking trips just to go see what Buc-ee's looks like.
They buy the T-shirts and the hats.
You got it. You can now buy a full onesie that looks like the Beaver Buc-ee mascot.
Yep.
Okay,
they make Buc-ee great again hats. I'm not lying.
I believe that. Buc-ee's is about to undergo a massive expansion.
Damn.
Across the United States. And they are now opening their first Buc-ee's up north.
How close?
In 2026, we should have a Buc-ee's within a day's drive of Rochester.
Can I guess what state?
Go ahead.
This has got Ohio written all over it.
You nailed
I thought there was one in Ohio.
No.
Because I thought somebody went to it, but you're right.
Google it. I thought that it looks like this is going to be the first one in Ohio. I could be wrong.
You could be right.
Outside of Cincinnati.
Just outside of Dayton.
Well, that's Cincinnati.
Huber Heights, Ohio.
All right, so they're putting it between Dayton and probably
It's
Cincy.
before Dayton, it looks like.
Okay.
You're right. Closest one looks like it's like just like the northernmost tip of Kentucky.
Yeah. So right now, when this opens,
lucky bastards,
you would be a 7-hour ride away from Buc-ee's. You in?
I will say this. I don't think I would no. But if we were going that way,
you'd have to stop.
I'd have to swing down.
Yeah.
So if it was less than 2 hours off my wherever I'm going, I'm pulling it.
So what you would burn, because that would be 4 hours, because 2 hours there, 2 hours the other way.
Because one of my biggest regrets when I drove to Florida is that we never stopped in. It was always at the wrong time. We were hitting Buc-ee's at the wrong time.
Sure. No, I hear you. Like a lot of people regret like family issues, money. Your biggest regret was not stopping at a Buc-ee's in Florida.
Is it a wrong time? Is there a wrong time?
No, but it was like the wrong time of the day or night. We just gassed up already and stuff like that. But when I drove to Florida last time, I have two regrets. My wife did not experience Waffle House. She passed.
That would make me. I would be furious.
And the Buc-ee's, so I have never experienced. They weren't around when I was a kid.
He didn't have Buc-ee's, and he had to walk uphill both ways to school.
We didn't have no Buc-ee.
No. This is kind of cruel.
Oh yeah.
The spot that it's in, because it's like the one spot in Ohio Rochester people don't go to.
Yeah.
If it were anywhere off the 90 before Cleveland, you're already going.
Oh
that
yeah.
way, right. If it were anywhere off of like 81 going south, you may be already going that way. This is so far off the beaten path. Who drives from Rochester to Cincinnati?
Where could you be going?
Other than the Royals leaving town.
Yeah, or if you're in trouble.
Right? I mean, it's not even like if you were going to Cleveland, it would be worth the detour. It would double your travel time.
Yeah, that's way out of the way.
Kimmy, would you drive 7 hours for Buc-ee's?
No.
With your husband? Brisket?
No, I think we'd have to be going somewhere. Like it would have to just be one of those, hey, this is kind of on the way, let's stop. I don't know if we're going out of our way for it.
That brisket looks amazing.
It really does.
You could get stiff for brisket.
I would. There's a new T-shirt for Buc-ee's. Stiff for brisket. All right, I'm serious when I say this.
What, you want to do a road trip?
I'll drive. Because my wife won't want to go.
Buc-ee's?
Yeah.
We'll my wife would be out too.
You and me, old school comedy road trip. We'll get a hotel in Dayton, Ohio.
Man, look at that. Just a couple of guys going for some road meat.
I mean,
well, you know,
and we're going to Buc-ee's.
You know where you might get to go when you start going on college visits, depending on where your daughter wants to look, you may be passing some of those places.
Okay.
Damn.
They got to send her to Bowling Green.
Yeah.
So I can go to Buc-ee's.
Even that's out of the way.
Go to Dayton. What's the school?
Who wants to be a flyer?
Ohio State.
Okay. All right. Now we're getting somewhere.
Not too far.
Yeah.
252 WCMF. Buc-ee's is undergoing massive expansion over the next 3 years. The giant gas station out of Texas. They are expanding into the north, and in 2026, it looks like there will be a Buc-ee's in Huber Heights, Ohio, just outside of Dayton, which is a 7-hour ride from us. And Rochester folks are known for traveling just to eat.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? I mean, we knew several people that would drive to Mighty Taco before they opened here and then closed here. Same with Anchor Bar and Duff's and all that stuff. I made a dedicated road trip to Erie, Pennsylvania for both Chick-fil-A and Golden Corral.
Yeah, I would also make I would do a long drive for Waffle House.
Okay, would you drive 7 hours for Waffle House?
Don't think so. But 4 wouldn't be out of the question.
I believe there is a Waffle House in southern Pennsylvania. Kimmy, can you Google that for me? Because I was just, my daughter had a hockey tournament in Pittsburgh last year, and I looked it up, and I believe it was like a 90-minute drive.
Oh.
And I tried to sell, but it was the opposite way of going home.
Yeah, that's the tough part. And are they all still 24 hours?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, man.
I tried to sell my wife, and she wasn't buying it.
Because if I'm doing it, I'm getting about 3 meals out of that.
So there is a Waffle House just south of Pittsburgh.
Okay.
Oh.
There's a Waffle House in Allentown, Pennsylvania.
All right, it's the other side of the
Oh,
state.
yeah, because they're closing all the factories down.
But those are the two closest, it looks like.
I would kill for Waffle.
Oh,
Why?
yeah.
How is there not a Waffle House here? Seriously.
Some rich guy should expand here. Because it's got to be a franchise, right?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
McDonald's.
Yeah.
They would crush.
And it's not even like it's like Southern dedicated food.
No.
Everybody loves Waffle House.
You put it right on the Jeff with everything else, and it would be amazing.
Christina writes us on Instagram. Before we go to Christina, I'm sorry. We got a Cracker Barrel,
Yeah.
right?
And that place is a hit.
Yeah, why don't we get a Waffle House? It's like Waffle House is like 10 times better than the Cracker Barrel.
Yeah, and way less expensive.
Thank you. Christina writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us.
Yeah.
There is nothing better than a Buc-ee's. It's wall-to-wall food the way Wegmans would do if they were a gas station. The sandwiches, fudge, nuts, sausages, all the best and cleanest bathrooms, all the sundries you could want.
Yeah,
I guess like we've been so spoiled with Wegmans though. Maybe that's why I'm not so excited to see a Buc-ee's. Now I guess I don't know what,
But this isn't really a grocery store. It's more of like a fun massive convenience store.
It kind of looks like a grocery store, though.
Well, yeah.
But it's like a grocery store with all the fun stuff.
But I can't, man, can you imagine back in the day?
Nope.
Like, if Buc-ee's existed, cigarettes, like the aisle of cigarettes they would have. And the other thing that they were cool, handbags.
Okay, for God's sakes. This is why we can't have nice things. This is why we can't have nice things.
Cigarettes and handbags. Because you could get those at 7-Eleven. That was a family business where you could get jugs and penthouse and smokes
when they started
and cigars.
When they started with the massive truck stops, they took the handbags out of them.
No, but 7-Eleven had them back in the day.
Okay, 7-Eleven wasn't a massive truck stop. I'm talking like the TAs and
bro, you could get great porn at a truck stop in the 80s.
You could not.
In the 80s you could. Not hardcore. Christian porn. Good Southern Christian porn. Socially acceptable good girl porn.
I'm telling you, man. Like, as we talk about this Buc-ee's, you're right. Like, the things you would get excited for, because we travel doing comedy, right? Like, if you're a trucker, like, when I would just see a pilot, all right, or a place like that, I would be over the moon. Like, oh, my God, this is going to be awesome. By the way, Cordell writes us, don't go to the Allentown Waffle House, worst ever, 1 out of 10. What the? I almost cursed.
All right.
There's a Waffle House just north of Scranton and Clark Summit, according to Rachel.
Are we getting fat guy alerts now to Waffle House?
I said her name was Rachel, you dick.
Well, she could be fat. Rachel could be fat.
Why? She's not. I'm looking at her picture.
Was she pretty?
Why do you do this to me?
I
can't answer this question and not get in trouble.
I said fat guy. You pointed out it was a chick.
Rachel is very pretty.
Oh, okay.
She's a very pretty woman.
She said it was good?
No, she said there's one north of Scranton.
Oh, all right.
All right. So, bro, here's what we'll do.
What?
We'll go through Pennsylvania.
It'll be a pilgrimage.
Yeah. Or a pilgrimage.
I don't know how to say it. Pilgrimage.
So somebody did call, and there is one on your way to Cleveland before you hit
Cleveland.
Waffle House?
Waffle House?
A Waffle House.
No, where?
So it's off of the 90. It's
okay.
I don't know any of these towns really.
We will. Just say.
Ashtabula.
Plymouth?
Okay. Actually, I don't know that.
Yeah, it's kind of in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah,
but yeah,
that's Ohio.
It's before you hit Cleveland.
How far off 90?
So not far from Erie, really.
No, that's a lie. Is it new?
I'm looking right at it. It says Waffle House. It's
be
open.
New. That's got to be the most
24
northern
hours.
Waffle House. It has to be.
Most northern Waffle House.
Yeah.
Austinburg,
they got
Ohio,
that,
technically is what it's in.
They got that picture of Ulysses S. Grant on the wall. We've come down to the South. We've taken the Waffle House. We're super late.
All right.
By the way, if my daughter's hockey team manager is listening, please book that tournament in Erie this year.
Yeah.
And I'll pay for Waffle House. I'll take the whole team. We'll go to Waffle House. Because even pay for the whole team, that's only like $90.
Yes.
All right. It's Wednesday. It's 8 o'clock. You know what that means.
Hate
Mail of the Week coming at you. You agreed with everything we had to say here, man.
All right.
Right? Like you wanted a loyal woman. And if the allegations are true here, this is loyalty you rarely see.
Yeah.
In fact, every guy that called and wrote us in the moment agreed, like, yeah, I would want this in a woman. We now have a woman that wrote us in regards to the story, and she agrees with what you guys are saying. And that's going to change your opinion.
Right.
I promise you, when you hear a woman agree with your take,
So when I hear she say it,
you're going to feel weird.
all right.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Loyalty, loyalty, loyalty.
Okay.
We like to think it's the most important thing in a relationship.
Sure.
And it seems based on the responses we got to this discussion when we had it the first time, folks believe that's the case. But there can be another side to a partner that is willing to do anything and everything for you. A side that will make your life and your family's life a hell of a lot harder.
Oh.
It's Wednesday. It's 8 o'clock. It's time for Hate Mail of the Week. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. And about 2 weeks ago, we told you about a woman who is in some serious trouble.
What happened?
The 30-year-old was arrested after police say she sent envelopes soaked in narcotics to people in the New York State prison system. And the idea is the recipient of the letter could use the envelopes to get high. She is now facing serious charges, could find herself behind bars just like the man she was trying to help.
Yeah.
And she would then have no one outside to help her. Quick sidebar.
Yeah.
Some jails in New York, because of this story, have changed their policies and are now photocopying inmates' mail.
Whoa.
So they can't get a hold of the paper and the envelope they were sent in. So she's changing things. Good for her. But in the initial discussion, Tommy, we talked about if this woman would be the type of woman you would want to be in a relationship with. Because if the allegations are true, what she did was stupid, but it's loyal.
Okay.
That is a loyal woman. She put herself in harm's way, sacrificed her freedom for the comfort of her man.
A tough woman.
And I had asked you, Tommy, if you had been on a couple of dates with this woman, you're in a pretty serious relationship now, and she shared with you she had this in her past, would this be a red flag or a green flag? And you said green flag.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. We heard from a lot of men
Yeah.
when we first discussed it. You and all of those men said they would want a woman as loyal as this. But outside of Kimmy here in the room, we did not hear from a lady. Today, we hear from a lady. Actual physical letters sent through the mail telling us we suck, wanting us fired. Sit back and enjoy today's Hate Mail of the Week.
I'm writing this letter about the woman who sent drugs into the jail that you talked about today. Someone had mentioned priorities and asked where hers were. The answer is her priorities were right where they should be. When you are in love with someone and decide to commit to them completely for life, the rules and laws of the outside world no longer matter. Your job is to make sure that the person you're connected to is safe, happy, and comfortable at all times. If that means you put yourself in a bad situation because of that, that's what comes with the territory of true love. I would do this for my husband in a second. Wouldn't even think about it. I would also expect him to do the same for me. I know that if I am in danger or I feel disrespected, that he is going to handle things the way he thinks they should be handled, not the way society says they should. And that makes me feel good about us. In the end, that's all that should really matter. Love, Kimmy's biggest fan, Carla.
Look at that.
Big fan of Kimmy. Got that going.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Carla.
Anything jump out to you, Tommy, about Carla's letter?
Well, the role reversal. So let's say in a scenario, my wife was in jail. Would I soak some narcotics in an envelope and send it to her, knowing that I could get in trouble?
Yeah.
Don't wait by the mailbox.
Okay. The whole idea of the discussion we had 2 weeks ago feels different coming from a woman who is down for whatever you need. Like when we first started talking about this, there was this idea that a woman willing to do anything for you would be amazing, no questions asked, wonderful. But past what you described, which is jarring, when you read Carla describe exactly what we're talking about, I don't know why it feels icky.
Yeah.
Tommy, she's living her life for the guy she loves.
Yeah.
She is willing to risk it all.
Anything.
Okay. And that sounds great on paper. But when you read it in the letter, it also kind of sounds like she's lost herself. You know what I mean?
Well, some women do in a relationship.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Like we are one.
Yeah.
I mean, my mother was that person. My mother would do anything my father said.
Yeah. And you speak so fondly of your mother.
I do.
Yes.
I do, Pat.
Okay. 252 WCMF. 252-9263. Sharing your life with someone is the most important part of a relationship.
Yeah.
Right? But it also is an absolute necessity to keep your own identity in that relationship.
Yeah.
It's healthy.
It feels like it's a bad relationship if one day you wake up and realize you're only living for them. And
And
unless
they're not living for you.
Exactly.
Right.
Or
Like I guess you don't really know I mean, you have an idea of how they feel.
Until it hits the fan.
And yeah, right, exactly.
But going back to what you brought up, Tommy, if you have a lady that is willing to do absolutely everything and anything for you, she is going to expect the same in return.
Yeah. Yes.
You got nothing there?
No, I said don't wait by the mailbox.
Okay, but then that means that relationship is absolutely not going to work out.
I'm not going to say that.
Oh, for God's sake.
I would lie.
You would lie?
Yeah.
I'd say I would do this for you.
It would be an unspoken thing. That is just ain't never going to happen.
No, that discussion would come up at some point. Bro, there are women. Would you love me if I had one arm? Would you love me if half my head was shaved? Like, that discussion is going to come up.
And I always lie.
Okay.
Don't you?
So you wouldn't love your wife if she had one arm?
Of course I would.
Yeah,
it would be different.
Why? Yeah.
And I got to hold them purses.
She's got one arm still.
Yeah, but it's not her purse arm. It'd be the other arm. You always lose the arm you want.
I'm going to read you a quote from Carla's letter. Are you ready? Quote. Talking about her husband, I would also expect him to do the same for me. I know if I'm in danger or I feel disrespected, that he is going to handle things the way he thinks they should be handled, not the way society says they should. That is
That's a dangerous road.
Oh, boy.
He's going to give somebody a clobbering.
Okay, so that's just it.
Yeah.
Tommy, obviously, if your wife is in danger, all consideration for everything else goes out the window. Natural instinct, right? The word disrespected stands out in that sentence.
That's like a Will Smith kind of moment.
Of all the... you mean... Oh, gotcha. I thought you were talking like
Chris
Bad
Rock.
Boys 2, not...
Chris Rock getting slapped on national television.
My apologies. I jumped the gun.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I get what you're saying. Like, it does feel, Tommy, like Carla's one of these women who expects her guy to, like, pull a blade on someone if they look at her the wrong way.
Yeah, beat his ass.
And I don't want to be on the hook for that in a relationship.
No.
Okay.
Because it's not even your fight.
Yeah.
It's her perceived slighting.
Exactly. Yes. Yes. And, like, the more we have this discussion, I think the more everyone listening can picture that couple. Like, when they're both going to overreact to the other one's problem that they should not be involved in. And that, in the context of what we were talking about last week, ultimate loyalty is great. No, now it feels like the opposite.
No,
I don't like it at all.
Yes.
I don't want any of it. I mean, Kimmy.
Yeah.
Where is the line of loyalty you expect your husband to have for you?
I mean, obviously when it comes to the law, like that's where you're starting to make a serious decision about supporting somebody, right?
Okay. Well, no, I mean, there are some folks that don't even consider that, right? Disrespect, I think they're in danger, punch in the face.
Okay.
Grab someone by the shoes.
Oh, we're talking about fighting. Sorry, I was on
No,
the
I'm
phone.
just talking about anything. Like that. I mean, anything in that way.
Yeah, I guess I don't know. I think there's also a difference with loyalty when it comes to like heat of the moment decision versus something you can actually stop and think about. Because I think that more people may be loyal in a situation where you're reacting to something emotionally, whereas if this is a decision, a thought out, planned decision, you have a little bit more time to add some rationale to it.
That's a valid point.
Yeah.
252 WCMF. Carla writes us a letter agreeing with us last week about ultimate loyalty in a relationship is very important. Her agreeing with what we said has now made us reconsider the point we made in the first place.
Plus, Carla doesn't sound like somebody that it's worth defending.
What does that
you
even
know
mean?
nothing about Carla.
I mean, she sounds a little below average. I would
Why?
never
What about
risk
that letter
your
makes
ass
you think
for a
she's
below average person. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Just below average.
You think you're above average.
Look at them shoes.
What about them?
Those are above average shoes.
They look like rotten bananas.
what's on your socks?
Oh, they're crescent moons. Well, you ask it and you shake your
No,
head.
I said of course.
Of course.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Frank. Hey, Frank, how are you, buddy?
Oh, let me tell you, I've been married 37 years, and you know me, I like to smoke a little bit, and she puts up with me a little bit, but I fought for my independence for years, and now I'm so pussy whipped, it's unbelievable. I do what she tells me to do, whatever she tells me to do, I have to do.
Because she's hot.
My advice, no,
She hot.
used to be pretty good.
Frank! No, you say she's still beautiful, Frank. Say it with me.
I went out with all her. We lived in the same apartment building, and I raised my 2 daughters by myself. My first wife was alcoholic, but I went out with a lot of her girlfriends and ended up with her. And she's Ukrainian, and I thought, oh boy, her mother cooks real well. She cooks well. She can't cook a thing. She doesn't cook at all, hardly. Oh God, if she's listening to this, I'm in. But
don't say anything more.
I think you're already in trouble.
All right, Frank, I'll ask you this question. Let me get you back on track, buddy. So you say you are completely loyal to your wife. You have no independent thought in your head anymore. Is your wife the same? Is your wife the same way with you? Is she completely loyal to you?
Yeah, she really is. She put me through, helped me through prostate cancer and the whole 9 yards. She's a medical intensive care nurse, retired, so she knows what's going on. She's smart as hell. A hell of a lot smarter than me.
And you know what else I heard?
What's that?
She used to be pretty hot.
Oh yeah.
Marry somebody that's smarter than you are. That's a good thing. That's a good idea.
Not hard for us, Frank.
Yeah.
But I'm lucky as hell. However, it's her way or the highway. I got to say one more thing to let you know what she's really like. We go in our refrigerator, right? We each have our own aisles in the refrigerator, and she gets all pissed off if I put the creamer in one aisle, in her aisle, and it's unbelievable.
Frank, can I give you some advice?
All over the place. It's unbelievable.
Frank.
Yeah, smoke a little more weed. I know. I try.
No, always put your creamer in the right place.
Frank, good to talk to you, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Right.
There goes Frank.
Watch your creamers.
I fought for my independence for 30 years.
Yeah, right. It sounded like he was speaking for the Ukraine.
No, but here's the thing.
Yeah.
Here's the thing.
What's that?
I guess Frank opens up another perspective here.
What's up?
Because, it does sometimes feel like in a marriage that you don't have an independent thought in your head.
Well, sometimes, yeah. It's just the way it
think
goes.
you also, just from knowing somebody for so long and being together for so long, you kind of start to have the same thoughts, whether you intend to or not, or the same opinions on things.
And you pick your battles, too. Like, some things aren't worth the fight.
Yeah, you do have to pick your spots, baby.
Baby, watch your creamer.
Your personalities rub off on each other.
I guess if we're going to wrap this whole thing up, right? If you love the person you're with, you should want them to make decisions that are best for them.
Yes.
Right? And maybe that's let me try that again. Maybe that's what got lost like the first time we discussed this.
What's that?
If they're living their life for you, or you are living your life for them, no one's living life for themselves.
Yeah, but that's kind of the deal, that you're kind of like creating this life together.
Okay, but here's the thing. You're right, but there will be a time where thank you, split off.
Yeah.
And unless you die in some terrible tragedy, one of you's going to outlive the other one.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And I know that's not a pleasant thing to think about.
No, but that's how life works.
And divorce happens, right?
Sure, yeah.
Look, I don't want to see the person I love get in trouble, be hurt, be put in a bad spot on my account based on loyalty. And if that's what unfiltered loyalty brings, I don't know if that's what we should want.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. All right, let's take a break. We had an unconventional weapon story earlier this morning.
Yeah.
A sword. This story, more conventional on the surface.
Okay.
But there were cracks that emerged immediately. Because this guy, according to police, definitely scared the hell out of somebody with what he pulled out of his car during an argument.
Oh.
Problem is, what it actually is could have gotten him killed.
Him, the guy holding
it multiple ways. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. This man wanted to send a message.
Oh.
That is, if the allegations are true. Make this person think twice about messing with them. And police say they did exactly that. But here's the thing. As badass as this guy may have felt in the moment, he did one of the most dangerous things you can do.
What happened?
Well, not only is he in trouble for the charge he's facing,
but
you don't know when you do this what the other person could have on them.
Oh, yeah, true.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 8:45, something we talked about earlier this week that you did not understand. Shows how dumb you are, Tommy.
Well, thank you.
With all due respect. Because not a single NFL owner was against it.
Whoa.
And we'll get into it just after 8:45.
They're going to regret it.
Okay.
They're going to regret it?
They're going to regret it. They ain't against it, but they're going to regret it.
Somebody's going to lose a playoff spot.
8:45 here in the break room on CMF. This story happened in late April, but we're just hearing about it this morning.
Yeah.
Police were called to a gas station around 1 in the afternoon just west of us for reports of a man who hit another person with his car. That's what they got.
Right.
What police say actually happened when they got there. A 26-year-old man got into some kind of verbal argument in a parking lot with the victim. Police say the 26-year-old slammed his car door into the rear of the victim's vehicle.
Oh.
So, how you like that?
Okay.
Yeah. That, it seems, wasn't enough, Tommy.
Yeah.
Because according to police, he then went into his back seat and pulled out an assault-style rifle.
Oh. Okay.
Things got super serious out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Why?
Turns out the rifle
Uh-huh.
was not a real rifle.
Oh, so like
Wait, a
BB
water
gun?
pistol?
BB gun.
Oh, BB gun.
Police
All
say
right.
it was a BB gun.
An assault BB.
Yeah, you got it. Man left the scene. He was not arrested until the next day when police located him at his home. He was charged with second-degree menacing, fourth-degree criminal mischief. He's got a court date coming up. You know how that stuff goes. So let's talk about the BB gun.
Okay.
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Dude's 26, so he's probably full of you-know-what.
Oh, yeah.
And he had a point to prove, Tommy.
Yeah.
If the allegations are true, I'm sure he felt like a big man holding that weapon.
Yeah.
But you know what never gets discussed when we see people brandish BB guns that they try and pass off as real guns?
What was that?
Other people have guns.
Yeah.
Yep. You don't know what you're inviting.
Yeah, right.
The worst thing this guy was going to do with what he had in his hand, according to police, was take an eye out. But if the person he's going back and forth with has an actual gun,
A non-BBer.
you got it, with bullets and all, and they feel their life is in danger, or
Oh, yeah.
if someone else witnessing this incident in that parking lot has a gun and feel that they need to step in and protect an innocent
Well,
person,
what if a cop is driving by?
you're
right?
dead.
They're calling a SWAT team in on your ass.
You're going to die.
Oh, yeah. You're getting lit up.
You're going to get shot. The person who
Many times.
And here's the thing. The person that fired that shot, no one's going to blame them.
No.
Because best case scenario, you have a very painful hole in you.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario, you do not exist as a person anymore. All because you wanted to look tough
Yeah.
with your semi-automatic BB gun.
Yeah.
What is the thought process behind the passing off the fake gun as the real gun to try and intimidate people?
Well, it sounds like to me, because initially this guy started out by bashing his car door into the back
Yes.
of the whatever the other car
The
was.
car was you.
He wasn't getting the reaction he wanted, I'm guessing.
Okay.
Because like that alone should be enough. Like if you're willing to destroy your own vehicle to prove a point, he wasn't proving the point. So
Okay.
I think that's when it escalated to I got to do something else here to really get their attention.
He's got to really have an elevated opinion of himself to think that to that degree the door slamming
Yeah.
should have been enough. Now I'm whipping out a BB gun at 26 years old and flashing that around. You're a very frustrated man.
Okay. No, I think we can all agree frustrated
Yep,
is there.
yep.
But I would argue the opposite. If
What's
you
that?
had an elevated opinion of yourself, you wouldn't need the BB gun to be intimidating. Like, just you standing there should be intimidating enough.
All right.
Like, this sounds like someone, if the allegations are true, not to get all psychological,
Okay.
is a very insecure person. Because you needed a pretend gun to make you feel like a big man in front of other people.
All right.
that
But,
fair?
but I'm guessing my point was that it just never works out for him.
Oh, yeah. No, you're right about that.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair.
But he doesn't see it that way. It's always somebody else's fault.
I don't know. Like,
You know? I was doing it right. She was just a dead fish, man.
Okay.
We know that, dude.
Okay.
I was tearing it up, man.
I don't know why you would admit
Yeah, I
that.
don't
She
know
must have
where
been
that
late for an
came from.
appointment.
She must have.
Kept looking at her watch for some reason. Maybe that low battery.
What? Where I come from,
there's
that old saying, don't take it out unless you're ready to use it.
No, that's true, yeah.
And, like, here's the thing. Let's say he takes out the BB gun.
Right.
Right? And, like, things get escalated.
Yeah.
What are you going to do with the BB gun? Are you going to fire BBs at people?
For how long?
And if you're trying to actually defend yourself in that moment, you've lost.
Yeah.
And even more funny with this story and others like it.
Yeah.
At some point, it's going to come out that you had a BB gun in your hand. Because, like, this man, according to the allegations in this gas station parking lot, took out what looks to be an automatic rifle in a gas station. They're going to find you.
Yeah.
Right? Like, no police department's going to, like, look at the video and be like, well, we did all we could. This man has what looks to be an illegal rifle driving around. We're done.
Yes.
We're done. And when they find you, everyone you know is going to hear that you are carrying around a BB gun pretending it's real. That sounds like the most embarrassing thing that can happen to a man.
It's a sad move.
Right?
Yeah.
You're pretend gun guy.
Yeah.
I would argue if we put these two stories we had today side by side. Earlier this morning we talked about someone who allegedly cut up several people on Lexington Avenue with a sword during a fight.
Yeah.
Sword guy you think is sad.
Yeah.
I would argue pretend gun guy is like 5 slots below sword guy.
Yeah, because you only have that assault BB gun, whatever it is, in your car for the reason you used.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not personal protection.
Well, what are you protecting?
Nothing. So you want to flash it and scare people.
Yeah. Or
that's all it's there for.
Or show it to your friends.
Yeah.
Right? Like, look how cool I am.
Nobody wants to see your BB
No,
gun
I'm
at
saying
26.
you don't tell them it's a BB gun.
Oh, okay.
Right? And that's the other thing. Like, if there are people in your life who's like, wow, that's a pretty cool gun he's got, and then they, jump on the news, see a story on social media, oh, my God.
But
Dave's gun was a BB gun the whole time.
But when he hands you the BB gun, you can hear the BBs kind of rolling around.
That's why you don't let anybody touch it.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I can't give you my rifle, man. My rifle, man.
My Daisy BB gun.
I mean, I'm trying to think, is there a hobby you could have where you would have one of those on you at all times?
I mean, there's that airsoft stuff. Is that the same as BB?
Maybe. I don't know.
So, like, you play games with it?
Yeah, you shoot each
run
other.
around. We did it once.
Oh, God, that was the worst decision we ever made. Crowley, our old boss.
Yeah, that was his idea.
Yeah.
It hurts, by the way.
It hurts a lot.
Yes.
It
No,
hurts.
no,
But that's
just
not
feel like-
paintball. You're talking
Yeah.
No,
something.
this is like they're little BB-looking things.
Yeah.
They're plastic, and you shoot people with them. And I remember we're going out there, and I
Yeah.
thought paintball,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
So they hurt? Like,
Yeah.
It hurt like a
Left some
bitch.
marks.
Oh.
It hurt like a bitch.
All right.
It's like after the first one, I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. But we were there for like an hour.
For a long
Getting
time.
pelted with plastic?
Yes, and like Crowley, who used to work here, did afternoons
Yeah.
here, was like having the time of his life, and he's a bitch. So I didn't want to look like more of a bitch
Yeah.
than
I
the
think
guy
I
who's a
found
no
a nice
bitch.
hiding spot and just camped out there for as long as it lasted.
Like you can't quit airsoft before the guy who drinks wine,
Yeah.
and he doesn't even hold the cup like a dude. Like he holds it by the stem
Yeah.
with 2 fingers.
Well, because that heats up the wine, I understand, and it ruins the taste, according to Crowley.
God, what
I don't know
people?
why we did that.
Such a stupid idea.
Yes.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, we're talking about this story happened just happened just west of us. 26-year-old man was arrested after police say he got in a verbal argument in a parking lot with a unnamed victim. Police say he slammed his car door into the rear of the victim's vehicle during this argument. It seems when that was not enough, he, according to police, went in the back of his car, pulled out an assault-style rifle, according to police, that is in the police report, that turned out to be a BB gun. He was located at his home the next day, arrested, charged with a whole bunch of stuff. Okay, I can't read that into a microphone.
So I wonder if did he even discharge? It doesn't say like he
Nope.
discharged it. He just
Right.
waved it around and
Yeah, I
then
don't
left.
think your goal is to probably not pull the trigger because
Well,
then you reveal yourself.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. All right, can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
And again, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. So there are legitimate reasons to have a BB gun, right? Like if you live out in the country and you got varmint,
Okay.
you can kill squirrels,
Yeah,
scare off
yeah, yeah,
raccoons.
yeah,
like
yeah.
that's a functioning thing. We brought up the airsoft thing where you do this as a hobby. There are other people who carry fake guns, whether they are water pistols that look real,
Yeah.
those rubber ones that you can buy on Amazon, or BB guns, thinking it makes them safer.
Yeah, it's like having a cap gun.
Yes, that's actually
Yeah.
literally what it is.
Yeah.
The only way the fake gun for protection would work in the scenario that you think
Yeah.
is if you showed it to someone, which would, A, result in menacing charges if you weren't like being attacked, But also, if you planned on using the gun to make criminals think twice in the middle of a crime,
All right.
the first issue we discussed shows back up. Because if that person now feels threatened and they have an actual weapon, you're in serious trouble.
Yes.
This went from you got stuff taken to you to, again, you may have holes inside of you.
Yeah.
Okay. You've made things worse.
You got it.
Yeah, you're just waving it around. It's a prop.
Stupid question.
All right.
Is it illegal to carry a BB gun on you?
I have no idea. Especially if it looks like a legitimate gun.
Yeah. Because, like, presenting it, we see people get, like, charged with menacing all the time.
Yeah. But you're threatening somebody with it.
But, like, let's
you just own one.
Yeah.
Like if I had it on my front seat.
Oh, no. Let's say I have it in a holster in my pocket.
So you have a sidearm BB gun.
Yeah. Is it illegal to carry that gun around?
I have no idea. Probably. I would think it would be just because, like, it could just go so horribly wrong.
Okay, so BB guns are not considered firearms.
Okay.
It seems like it's pretty vague in terms of how you could get in trouble for it because it says
You laughed at?
it depends on several factors, including location, age of the person carrying it, and how the gun is being handled.
Okay.
So it's. I mean, obviously you can't have them on school grounds.
Federal
Minors are not really allowed to carry them around.
See, I would have thought it was the
Only
without
of-age
parental
losers.
supervision.
Okay. What'd you say?
Of-age losers are allowed to carry around a BB gun.
See, I would have thought it was the opposite. I would understand a kid carrying around like a Daisy rifle.
They can still be considered dangerous instruments or deadly weapons under certain circumstances.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's very up to the situation.
Every law in this state is written so vague.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how old my kid has to be to leave home alone. I don't know if I could bring my BB gun to Wegmans, right? Which, as an American, I would like the right to have my...
If it's being used to threaten or intimidate someone, or it's used in a way that could cause serious injury, the person carrying it could face charges related to weapon possession or assault.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
Okay.
All right, so, I mean, I guess...
Just leave it home.
Well, yeah, it seems like pretty standard fare.
And don't threaten anybody with it.
Like, I can't think of, again, outside of the airsoft situation.
Yeah.
Where you would need a BB gun outside of your property.
Like, I got to have one in the car.
Why? What would be the reason?
Because you're thinking, like, if somebody's going to see it and back down. Like, somebody's going to come up to your car to road rage, and you flash it, and the guy goes, oh, my God.
Whoa.
Hey.
But now you're going for menacing.
Yeah.
You're going down.
Yes, but
you're breaking the law. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Patrick. Hey, Patrick, how are you, buddy?
Good. How are you doing?
Good, brother. What do you got?
Good. I would never carry a gun unless I had a permit to carry it. Like a BB gun, I wouldn't carry anything like that. For home protection, we live down in Canandaigua, and we have paintball guns. You know, fully automatic. They carry a hopper. Somebody ever broke in our house? All of our kids know how to use them. It's not a deadly weapon. It'll blind them, and they're powerful as hell.
I mean, it is an interesting theory.
What is it?
Paintball gun.
Oh.
I mean, you got to hit. You could, I guess, if you hit him in the face.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and it's fully automatic with 300 rounds, so one of them is going to hit him.
I like those odds. I mean, it's an interesting idea, right?
I mean, then I got to clean up all that paint.
Yeah, but you
that's
didn't get
what your
hurt.
problem is? Not the person
It's better
standing
than
in your
getting hurt.
house.
I wouldn't. You know, if somebody broke into our house, like you live in the country, your doors are unlocked, you come home, and there's somebody in your house. It's intimidating. I would be afraid.
Yeah, but they don't look like actual guns, though.
Well, no, but he's not trying to intimidate them. He is actually shooting the paintballs at this person and trying to blind them with paint.
I think I'd rather have a gun.
No, okay.
No, I'm just saying, like...
Well, he's saying, like, his kids know how to use them.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of parents that, I mean, would own guns if it weren't for kids in the house. I mean, I know that's a debate we could have for 5 hours, but, I mean, I get it.
All right. I'm just not sure, like, my paintball gun's going to back me up here in a bad situation. I got, like, a home invasion. 4 dudes coming through the door.
Okay, now you're painting like a Hollywood movie here.
Well, these home invasions that happen.
He didn't say home invasion. He said someone break in.
That's a home invasion.
Oh, my God. One person is not 4 people. And he's got 300 rounds times 4 people. That's 1,200 paintballs, son.
Paint.
I like those odds.
Yep.
All right.
Fully automatic.
Patrick, thanks for the call.
And it's water base.
I feel like he just wanted to brag about the paintball.
Yes, he did. And that is, boys know how to shoot,
right
too.
in the eye.
300 rounds in the hopper, fully automatic, paintball justice. Paintball justice, mother. We'll wrap it up with this.
What is that?
Joey writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF. They have tactical self-defense, non-lethal weapons that shoot paintball-sized aluminum balls that will incapacitate an individual. I'm sure they hurt like hell, and the guns aren't that expensive. They're a few $100. Are those legal?
Aluminum balls?
In New York? Yeah.
I don't know.
Ooh.
That sounds like it would really hurt.
Okay. I'll go. I'm sorry. I want to read this one, and then we'll move on.
Right.
Daniel on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF. How about having a pistol crossbow? I have a 50-pound pole pistol crossbow for home defense, mainly because my wife won't let me get a gun. See,
so it's a handheld little crossbow that looks like a pistol?
Sounds like. The only way that works is if the home intruder has an apple on his head. Thank you.
There you go.
All right, let's take a break. Told you.
All right, what? Told me what?
I told you.
What happened?
Like, this is why you think in checkers, not chess.
Oh.
Man.
Okay. Genius.
Because even if what you're arguing happens, it's still a massive positive for the National Football League because they have been the only league not able to do this.
Okay.
And with what they are trying to do, with what we're watching them do, every single NFL owner saw this idea and went, yeah.
All right.
And we'll tell you what will be happening in 2028.
Look at those owners. Not a lot of geniuses.
It's funny today, Kimmy, they're not geniuses when every other discussion, when I got $1 billion, I had to be smart.
He just hates this idea so much.
Next here in the break room on CF. anyone with a brain saw this was going to happen. It's not complicated.
Okay.
He's already upset. He's already upset because he looks like an idiot.
They're going to regret it.
Oh, they're going to regret it. Oh, they're going to regret it. You gotta get out of the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We'll jump right into it. We told you a couple days ago that flag football will be officially an Olympic sport in 2028 when the Summer Olympics come to Los Angeles.
Okay.
And it's a huge deal. The NFL had a decision to make. The USA has right now an amateur flag football team, national flag football team that can go and play for the United States. But the International Olympic Committee was giving the NFL the option to allow NFL players
the dream team, buddy,
to play in the Olympics. And it was up to a vote of the NFL owners that happened yesterday. Now, Tommy, when I told you about this, you thought this was the stupidest thing ever.
Why risk the injury to these guys?
Yeah.
For a pointless, you're not even winning a gold medal at football.
Sure, yeah.
But you're winning a gold medal. I mean,
it's
that's
a gold
still
medal
pretty
at a
unique.
PE sport.
Okay. Every sport's a PE sport. Basketball was started as a PE sport.
Oh, the history of sports.
Everyone knows that.
Oh, yeah, it's common knowledge.
Okay. So, Tommy, you said there's no way the owners are going to let this happen.
Right, because the risk to injury in football is crazy, right? And just the extra wear and tear on these guys.
I hear you, buddy. I hear you.
I mean, these guys suffer when they have to play in a different time zone.
No, I know. So yesterday,
what did they do?
The NFL owners were all together for the spring meetings. 32-0.
Yeah.
They unanimously approved.
Jackass Jerry Jones says let's play some ball.
NFL players in
let's
the
take on the goddamn world. Give me some cornhole.
Unanimously. Like, not a single NFL owner.
I want
like,
glory hole brought to the United States. Let's do this thing. I'll do it on the back of my goddamn yacht.
By the way, that
with
means
Playboy models.
That means anybody could go.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody. Even the most important people to the franchise.
Let's get Josh Allen out there, twisted ankle.
Now, he doesn't seem like the kind of guy that would excel in flag
but
football.
What if he did?
I'm okay with that. I'm telling you.
He hurts himself.
No, I'm not okay with that.
That's my point.
Is that your point? Is your point that? Oh, my God.
People get injured
That's
in the Olympics.
Right.
All those guys
Kevin Meady's playing?
that carry those franchises. I mean, I would be
You would be freaking
nervous.
out.
No, I'm going the opposite way here.
You guys put the schlubs in there, I guess, but who wants to watch that?
No, but that's just it. The biggest stars in the NFL are again on record yesterday saying they're excited. Justin Jefferson, wide receiver for the Minnesota Vikings, put out like this emotional statement saying it's been his dream to compete in the Olympics since he was a little boy. He cannot wait to go compete for a gold medal. So the way that it is structured, we told you the other day. Every NFL team will be allowed to offer up one player.
One guy.
And there are 12 players to a roster. It is 5-on-5. So there will be 12 different NFL teams that will be sending a player to the Pro Bowl.
So somebody has to give up a quarterback.
Yeah.
All right.
Think it's probably going to be a Lamar Jackson type of player, someone that is mobile,
Man,
quick.
you're going to put Lamar out there?
I would love to watch that.
Yeah, he'd probably be pretty good.
Probably be pretty good. Who's better?
By the way, you know who's so disappointed right now is the current U.S. national football team. All those guys thought they were going to get a chance at a gold medal, and I don't know how many of them would make the team.
None, because we talked about this the other day. The quarterback for the national team has been vocal about how furious he is that the NFL was even considering this. So I'm going to imagine over the next couple of days, he's going to be all over the news. Come on, man, I've been doing this the whole time.
By the way, like these guys, they have to play both offense and defense too. So you have to pick a pretty versatile player that can play multiple positions.
Well, it's 5-on-5. You got 12 players, so you could go with 5 offensive players.
See, I thought they kind of interchanged a lot.
You could. I mean, you can do whatever the heck you want.
Okay.
Really. I mean, it'll be interesting to see. You're not interested at all?
No, it's because it's not football.
Not football.
I think it's going to be more competitive than you think, too, just based on, I mean, I think we're underestimating, like, the guys that play rugby in Europe and other places of the world.
But rugby's also an Olympic sport. Why would they play flag football?
Well, but
rugby?
I'm saying, but there's only one team for every. I mean, you're going to have a large pool of guys that play professional rugby that aren't.
I mean,
on the
outside
current
of
national
Canada,
rugby team.
Yeah.
Who else plays professional football in the style of the Americans?
Nobody.
It's just.
I mean, it
But
exists,
you're
but
also
not.
I'm saying like
forgetting this
Canada has a
isn't
league.
This
but
isn't traditional football, too. I mean, it is slightly different than the actual game.
All right,
Well, but
Kimmy.
that throws an
all-
actual goddamn football.
What?
Kimmy.
Somebody that throws and catches an actual football.
Yeah.
It's us in Canada.
Kimmy.
Yeah.
Look, I respect your sports opinions. I think you're very bright. You're kidding me, right? There's going to be a team in the world that can compete
Nobody
with NFL players.
It's impossible.
But NFL, I mean, those guys thrive on like hitting each other. It's not all about like the nuances of the game and that skill. I mean, there could be guys that only play this style of football that could, have a little bit of an advantage.
Some bitch been born, and his mother's already been.
I mean, we'll
buried in
find
the
out.
ground.
I mean, I want there to be competition.
There
don't
ain't.
you?
That's just boy. Ain't got no competition.
Well, no, I mean, look, the Canadian team might be able to do it because there are players with Canadian citizenship that are
All right,
NFL.
that's I said. I said
NFL
Canada.
players.
Go to any other country.
No, you also have a
Pasty ass France coming out here.
Well, I mean, not
on
France.
bicycles.
Pasty ass France? Is that like Vichy
Yeah.
France? Is that different than regular France?
Weak ass France.
Well, no, you also could have a situation like, okay, a couple of years ago in the World Baseball Classic, the first year they did it. You're familiar with that?
Yeah, you went to see that.
06. It was one of the coolest things I've ever been a part of. Mike Piazza
Oh yeah.
went and played for the Italians.
Yeah.
Was not born in Italy. I mean, I'm sure there are NFL players that if they want to participate in this,
they could leave America.
Well, yeah, get a passport or temporary citizenship.
We don't want them back. Your ass is going to be in one of those prisons down there in Central America. So enjoy that. You should don't flash that gold medal in the shower there, Mr. Piazza.
No, I think that would be fun. I would love to see NFL players competing for like culture.
But even that's
culture.
not what you're still not competing against the world. You're just competing with guys that grandparents came over here in the 20s.
Hey, I got bad news.
Hey, what's up, man?
That's a lot of Olympic sports, and you don't realize it.
Yeah.
Most Olympians.
That's why I think the Olympics are jive anyway, man. I've been off the Olympics for a while, man, since Mary Lou Retton. The game went down.
I wonder if
She's playing wide receiver for England, by the way.
I wonder if this is going to be something that guys are dying to do, like dying to get selected for this team, or if it's kind of like it'll be like, can somebody please volunteer to do this kind of situation?
Hey, who's the coach?
We don't know yet.
Right.
I would assume you're going to find a coach who knows flag football.
Oh, I thought you would get like an NFL coach.
I mean, that guy doesn't know flag football.
Bro, he could water it down.
I tell you, it's going to be a little bit different. You're not going to see the same style of football that you're used to.
252 WCMF. Just a few days after Tommy said no NFL
Belichick.
owner would want NFL players in the Olympics in 2028. Yesterday, unanimously, all 32 NFL owners
They're
agreed.
fools.
All right, I really hope we get a Bills player. I really do. Just to be able to buy the jersey. Kimmy,
right.
Team USA football jersey is going to be badass.
Yeah.
But here's the thing.
I mean, I know really dorky looking. I don't know.
Shut up, Kimmy. I know we're still 3 years away.
Yeah.
So, rosters change, obviously.
My God.
When do they start practicing together?
Oh,
I
they
don't
gotta be
think you
soon.
have to. So the one caveat here,
What's that?
the Olympics will go into the first week of training camp. So those 12 players that get selected are going to miss the first week of training camp with their team.
Oh.
And that was brought up yesterday.
So you can't have anybody good missing the first week at camp?
It's going to be a team of all-stars.
Really?
And it'll be veteran
You think
all-stars.
it's going to be named?
Yes, absolutely. Without question.
So you're thinking Mahomes?
Well, I mean,
or who's ever around like at that level?
I could see like someone at a Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts, like mobile,
a really
strong
mobile guy.
quarterback.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, that would make the most sense. I'm pumped for this.
Do they? And they play in a shorter field?
Yeah, I think it's 50 yards.
Okay.
I can't wait.
All right.
Shut up.
I wonder if you get some other professional athletes, though, that want in on this.
Why would you take someone that's not a football player?
That's true.
No, but like right now, as I'm thinking of the Bills roster, I can't think of a player that the Bills would have from like that skill standpoint.
Yeah.
Or a receiver.
Well, no, but like you're going to need 4 receivers. They're going to take, if they want to, the 4 most dynamic receivers in the NFL. The Bills don't have one of those. Maybe James Cook, if you're going to play with a running back.
Sure.
Okay. Do they run the ball that much?
No.
It's mostly just passing, right?
Yeah. And then
Maybe
I'm thinking.
some of the linemen.
Yeah,
no.
Well, you're not
This
going
is
to
be
pretty. Yeah.
so boring to watch.
I can't wait. You are going to come in. Well, that's actually pretty cool, huh?
Yeah,
Check it out. You're coming in your Team USA.
According to me, I'll be dead by 2028, so I won't even see.
Well, look, if hopes end up coming true with both football and your early demise. All right, let's take a break. I'm not ready for this, man.
What happened?
Look, when they tell you to have kids, they talk about all the great things, right? Like
Yeah.
They're cute, and you love them. It's this unconditional love, and one day they grow up, and you watch them succeed at things,
Yeah.
and it's a piece of
And they
yourself.
thank you.
All this stuff. But there's like a lot in between all
Oh,
that.
yeah.
If you listen to the show on a regular basis, you know that I guess struggling would be the word, to adjust to being the father of a teenage girl.
Yeah.
And that just keeps happening.
What happened now?
Well, she has decided she's going to do something that no one should do. No one should do, relationship-wise. And she does not want to listen to Dad when I try and give her advice. But it's what the kid has done to get in her good graces that is bothering me. Yeah. Because not only, how dare you, on a school night, but this kid's too smooth.
Oh.
And I don't like it.
So he's suave.
I'm going to let you decide. This is modern suave. Because if somebody did this 25 years ago, you'd laugh your ass off, call him a cheap-ass you-know-what. But here, man.
All right. Did kid step up in his mind, I guess?
I'll let you decide.
All right.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room. On WCMF. The things your kids put you through, man.
Yeah.
The fun part of raising kids, every period of their life brings new adventures.
Sure.
The scary part of raising kids,
Yeah.
every period of their life brings new adventures. And there isn't a manual for this stuff.
Yeah.
Especially when things that never existed when you were a kid start to appear.
Yeah, everything changes.
And that's something that has become very apparent with my oldest daughter and a boy.
What happened?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. If you have not yet, we suggest strongly.
Yeah.
You log on to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch. Live streams up, ready to roll. The break room, WCMF on YouTube or Twitch. Check out a man who did his best to dress like Sammy Davis Jr. in 1960.
That was when cool was cool.
Yeah,
baby.
no, he was swinging cat.
Yes. You think he had these socks?
Maybe.
No, he probably had way more expensive, classier socks.
Well, he was a rich man.
Yeah. He is a rich man.
I don't have Sammy money.
Well, at the end, neither did Sammy.
Yeah.
Log on to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch. The Break Room, WCMF on YouTube and Twitch. All right. My kid's at school, so we can talk about
All right,
this.
what happened?
So my daughter, she's 14 years old. I'm driving her home from hockey like 2 weeks ago. And she reveals to me she's got a crush on a new boy.
Okay.
Right? And I'm like, okay. So I'm asking him about her. And she tells me he lives in Syracuse.
Out of town?
Out of town boy.
Long distance.
All right, that's strike one.
Okay, so, yeah. She's got a friend of hers who, like, is friends with this kid.
Yeah.
She moved here from Syracuse, and she, like, introduced her to this kid. The kid also plays hockey, so
right.
he's always traveling just like we're always traveling. And she tells me that she is planning on doing a long-distance relationship. And it's just her and I in the car. She shares this with me. And I'm trying to be gentle dad when she tells me this. And I bring up the whole, it's a really hard thing to do.
It don't work.
She don't even listen immediately. You don't know. You don't know. You don't even know. Like, all right, you know what? You got to make your own mistakes.
Yeah.
Fine.
And it kind of makes your life a little easier as a dad,
Well,
right?
you think so, right?
Knowing he's not in town.
I did think.
Oh,
what
that's a good point.
Yeah.
what's the worst thing that could happen?
Right.
Well, last Monday night, my wife and I are in bed.
Yeah.
It's 9:30 at night, and Stella, my daughter, has a French final the next day. We all need to get good sleep. 9:30, knocks on the bedroom door. She goes, so this boy from Syracuse,
Yeah.
we were talking about, like, what my favorite Taco Bell order was, and I told him, and he just told me that he is sending DoorDash Taco Bell to our front door.
Oh, man. That's a move.
This kid,
Damn. Most adult men wouldn't think of that.
I know. That is smooth.
That is top shelf move, man.
he put this order in at 9:30 on a Monday.
On a school night.
On a school night with my daughter. Okay, so I freaked out.
Yeah,
First
man.
off, you gave this kid you barely know our address. One.
Yeah.
Okay.
Second, you're going to let him charm you with tacos.
I mean,
What are you doing?
I'd be sold.
I'm not trying to raise a Kimmy. Third, you're not staying up till 10:30 at night waiting for a burrito the night before a final
You're not
exam.
eating tacos after 9 o'clock in this house?
That's right. But I can't just leave it outside all night. God forbid I get a Mexican-loving coyote.
Yeah.
So I told her, you got to wait up. When the food gets here, you put it on the counter. Do not eat any of that food.
Look at you,
Oh,
man.
bro, I was laying it down, man. Don't you,
Full on dad mode.
you don't touch the tacos.
No DoorDash after 10 o'clock.
No DoorDash, period. You gave the kid our address? What are you, nuts? What are you, nuts?
Is it weird for a kid that your daughter's dating to know her address?
But they're not really dating
They're
yet.
talking, Kimmy. They're in
Okay,
the talking
well,
stage.
either way, I don't know.
Hey, Kimmy.
That's not as weird to me as the. It's just the fact that like a kid could do that, and I just. It's not a world I lived in, but kind of cool.
Okay, that's too smooth a move for a 14-year-old
Oh, bro,
kid.
that's too smooth a move for, like I said, an adult guy wouldn't think of that. That's,
I know. You're right. They wouldn't.
That's a smooth operator, baby.
I don't like it. Because, like, here's the thing. There are two other boys that she's gone out on little dates with in her life, right? But
their moves have got to be weak.
Well, that was it. Like, it was awkward young boy stuff. Like, the first kid, he brought a corsage, really sweet kid.
Kind of what
to the
you would
dance.
expect as a dad.
Yeah, second kid got her, like, a small Starbucks at the mall when they were walking around. This is not standard. This is, dare I say, charming, and I'm not going to stand for it.
Yeah.
You're not going to send my daughter tacos at 9:30 on a school night right to my front door. It's always the smooth ones you got to watch out for.
Well, no kidding, man.
All right, I got a question.
What?
And it's a sincere question because I am struggling. I am struggling right now.
Yeah.
252 WCMF 252-9263. if the better they treat your kid, the more worried you should be?
Well, this is different than treating well. This is showing he's got game.
I got it.
There's a little difference, man. The kid's got game. By the way,
shut up.
The kid's got more game than her daddy.
No, I got game. You know I got game,
Bro,
son.
you ate the Taco Bell
yeah.
before you got to the girlfriend's house. You smelled of Taco Bell.
You used her money to buy the Taco
Yes,
Bell.
yeah.
All of these things are true. But it's only because I was broke. I don't know. I mean,
You couldn't afford a cell phone to call Taco Bell or Grubhub or whatever.
Okay.
So you want the kid to be smooth, but not too smooth.
No, I don't want the kid to be smooth at all.
Right.
All right?
Okay,
Okay.
no, but okay, maybe smooth is a bad word. You want whoever your daughter's seeing to treat your daughter well, but not like too well.
All right, so let's break this down. The more they're willing to bend over backwards for your kid, the more they are willing to spend on your kid, the more surprises they have up their sleeve in this little relationship. Something your son or daughter does not expect, something they could not imagine, like instant tacos at the front door. They are being treated by this romantic interest in ways they were not treated by others.
Right.
That seems to me like a red flag and a problem.
Oh yeah, because it's it's a romantic adult move.
Shut up.
It is.
Well,
That's
I mean, it is only because he doesn't live here.
It
too.
spoke to her heart.
I mean,
like they're having this
they
conversation.
can't go to Taco Bell together, so I got to send
But
it
she
to
didn't
ya.
even say she wanted it. He listened.
Yeah.
He deduced it in her head. Hey, this is a move I can make
Yeah.
right now. Every woman would love this. An attentive guy listening to me talking, and then I react on it, and I surprise her. So it's an impulse surprise that checks off every box in the romance book.
Shut your stupid mouth right now.
This kid should write a book.
Shut up. Yeah, well, it's going to be called The
How
Time.
to Piss Off Pat. no tacos after 10.
That's a fair policy, by the way.
Syracuse Sammy.
I think it's also bugging you that you don't get to like
Eat the tacos?
Right.
No. It also bugs you that you're not having face-to-face interactions with this kid.
Yeah,
so
you never
like,
met him, right?
You're not
No.
really getting to read the situation.
He followed me on Instagram.
Man, see, that's another move, man.
Yeah, this is all a world we didn't live in as teenagers, so I don't know what that means. I couldn't tell you like what it means about that kid.
Keep an eye on Chump Daddy.
Why did I become a chump all of a
No,
sudden?
but it also
In his
lets,
eyes, you were chump.
But it
Oh, don't
also-
you? I'll kick his ass.
it also lets Pat see everything he's doing too.
That's the other weird thing. Yes.
Yeah.
Because,
Okay.
like, here's the thing. I try and follow everybody that
Yeah.
follows me back on Instagram. So, like, 3 weeks ago, just this,
Yeah.
hockey player follows me on Instagram. I follow him back. And then my daughter was talking about him. And I go, wait a minute.
Wait.
I realized the name
Oh.
lined up. So I'm following him, too. Like, he
Yeah.
allowed me to
Yeah.
follow him.
Right.
He is following me.
You're
I don't get
getting a
that game,
glimpse.
bro. What's the game, bro? What's the game, bruh?
Don't make a trap look like a trap.
What?
Don't make a trap look like a
I
trap.
know what he's trying to say. I just don't like what he's trying to say.
Yeah.
I think you may be giving this kid a little too much credit.
So far,
Like, you may be.
give me a reason not to.
No, not you. I'm talking about Pat.
Oh.
Like, I feel like you think this kid's playing mind games with you.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
no, I don't. I don't think he's playing mind games with me.
Okay.
I just want to know what the angle is here. I know what the angle is with the Taco Bell. I get that, and it's smooth, and I don't
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
like it. What I don't get is the Instagram. Why you following me, bro?
Keep an eye on you.
Keep an eye on me. How about I keep an eye on you?
Ooh.
Ah?
Keep an eye on you.
I'll keep an eye on you. Keep an eye on me.
Maybe
You always
he
point to your eye
sees
first
it-
and you point back.
This kid could see following you as a sign of respect to you because he hasn't met you yet. So he's trying to show you who he is.
I don't like this. 252 WCMF.
What's going to be real awkward is when it doesn't work out because, your
Yeah, no
daughter's
more
young.
Taco Bell.
No.
Lose that
No,
connection.
no more
now.
Taco Bell,
say-
period. No
Sure.
I
tacos
was gonna
after
say,
10.
Who gets the unfollow first?
Oh, you're right. 252 WCMF. My daughter is, as the kids call it, talking. She's 14 years old to a boy that lives in Syracuse. He's a hockey player. Like she's a hockey player. He's friends with a friend of hers who just moved here from Syracuse, and she reveals to me in the car a couple of weeks ago that she's going to start a long-term relationship. And I go, no. And she's, you don't even know. You can't tell. So the kid last week on a Monday night sent my daughter Taco Bell via DoorDash to our front door. And I don't like this. So as we go back, Kimmy, to the whole, the better they treat your kid, the more you should be suspicious. Kimmy, do you remember the first boy that wowed you with a gift or a move?
She's still waiting.
I thought her husband just marrying her would be enough.
I mean, anything a kid does for you when you're in like middle school is gonna wow you.
So there's not something that sticks out in your head?
I can't think of like one specific thing.
Did no boy ever give you a present?
No, they did, but that's what I'm saying. But it was like a cute thing that a middle school kid thought they should do. Like, here's this ring that I bought from Target or something.
Bro, I think we just found out nobody gave her a present.
Oh, Kimmy.
I just said I would have been wowed with Taco Bell.
By the way,
you would have ripped it out of his hands like a Wolverine.
Chris writes us. Chris writes us on Instagram, Duffy at WCMF. Give him Kimmy's address. She would love that Taco Bell. All of a sudden, she's having an affair on her husband.
No, I mean, I thought like all those things are kind of standard, right? When your kid's dating, like you get food together, you get like little gifts for Valentine's Day and things like that.
But it's funny, like the little gifts are standard, right?
Yeah.
Like I do have memories. Don't we all have memories of that kid in high school, the first one to get his girlfriend something like really nice?
Yeah.
And it was always like a $30 chip diamond necklace from like Sears.
Yeah,
It was
but I
adult.
think as a
It was
kid-
like an adult thing.
Yeah.
That stuff always made me feel kind of uncomfortable, and I don't know why.
Wait, say that again.
Like if I felt like my boyfriend in high school, like if he went above and beyond to get me something, like it made me feel uncomfortable in a way. Like this felt like too much.
Okay. Yeah, I get why you would see that.
It kind of gave me like, as the kids call, like the ick a little bit.
None of the girls I knew ever felt that way.
Yeah, sure.
Look at my necklace.
Oh,
Look
they'll
at my
grab it
ring.
right away and start flashing.
But here's the thing. That kid that made that move,
Yeah.
where like before all of us,
Yeah.
he was never above board.
Of
He was
course
never
not.
like a good dude. Like I was friends with that kid, but he was
But
never
you
a
know,
good dude.
yeah, he was shady. That's a shady kid.
And like, here's the thing too: with unconventional gifts come unconventional ideas, man. I know how this works. I know how this works.
Like
Shut up.
I do remember a boyfriend got me like balloons or something to school.
Well, you wanted
for,
those
like,
under
a
your sweater.
birthday. And I remember thinking like, well, I don't know, I have to carry these around all day, man. Like, why'd you do this? And that's so mean.
What, to give you balloons?
No, for me to like have that
yes, you.
reaction,
Yes.
not to like him doing something nice. But now I'm like, well, now I'm gonna carry all this stuff around all day.
He's still laughing at his balloons
I
under
know
the
he
shirt
is.
joke.
I'm not moving
good.
past
That's a
that.
pretty
I also
good
don't think
joke.
he
Go
can
on,
hear
man.
me today, so I'll just keep talking.
He did leave his hearing aids at home. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Cody. Hey, Cody, how are you, buddy?
I'm good, Duffy. How are you?
Great, man. What's up?
So I think it's possible this kid has a large, elaborate plan going on that you're probably not even seeing.
What are you thinking?
So kid likes your daughter likes the kid. Kid buys her Taco Bell at a distance. Wins are over.
Okay.
Tomorrow he goes out with his friends at school. He says, hey, guess what? Got this girlfriend out in Rochester. They go, Rochester? What's special about that? Her dad's a big celebrity. Check this out. I got his Instagram.
Wait, she's dating Weeze's daughter?
What?
Never mind, Cody. Yeah, I don't think that the kid's impressing anybody by dating okay.
Well, here's the thing, though. Especially people that are outside of Rochester that don't know you, they would look at your Instagram page, like if he's showing them, and they'd see that you're this big radio celebrity. I mean, they won't know that you're just some other Rochester schmuck that they gave a microphone for a couple hours. But from outside the city, they don't know that. So they would look at you and say, oh, it's WCMF, Duffy, wow, look at that. And he's got this big one he could pull over all of his friends. He's dating a celebrity's daughter.
Okay, well, again, I feel bad for the kid. He's lying to his friends.
Yeah.
Cody, thanks for the call.
I don't know if that impresses a 14-year-old kid, but who knows? Maybe.
Yeah, none of my
The
daughter's
radio?
None of my daughter's friends
Yeah.
were impressed by my
Yeah.
joke. What do you do?
Like the radio and in a different town.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Jason writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF. If he got you a taco box as well, you would be sold. Yeah, but he didn't. Christina writes, he's following you so he can know more about you in order to connect with you if you have him at your house. It's a move to look cool in front of your daughter.
Doing some
Doing his
research.
homework. It's called recon.
So here's the thing. Kimmy kind of
that?
touched on this a second ago. This is going to get messy,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
Because
Yeah.
everyone knows where this is going.
Yeah.
Like, okay, so she's going to ask me to drive her to Syracuse to see him.
Yeah.
And I have already told her that is not happening.
Okay.
Right? But she's a 14-year-old girl, and she doesn't take no for an answer.
No.
So I'm going to end up being the bad guy here. I'm not doing it.
She's going to buy herself a train ticket.
No, it's not even funny, man. The really complicated thing
What's that?
will be if this kid finds a way to get his parents to bring him here.
Well, that's a
Yeah.
possibility.
Because first off, he made the trip for her. How romantic. But the bigger issue, I would assume if these parents are willing to make the drive from Syracuse, they'll expect me to do the same thing the other way.
Oh, yeah.
And I will feel bad, but I ain't doing it.
I'm not
doing it, bro. I'm not driving my daughter to Syracuse to go hang out with a boy you're going to break up with in like a month. I'm not doing that. It's not going to happen.
At some point, you're going to end up doing this
Is your
stuff,
wife willing to do it?
Oh,
Like, how does
yeah.
your wife feel about it?
Oh, no, I'm putting my foot down on that one.
Yeah, you're not.
See, you look at my
So
foot.
how
No,
does she feel about it?
we're not taking my daughter to Syracuse.
But what if she really likes the kid? She won't let it
Oh, you
go.
really like the kid? Plenty of boys here. Plenty of boys in Rochester.
Hey, boys. Let's go online and look up plenty of boys in Rochester.
I mean, if it makes
Oh, look,
you
it's
feel
Tommy's
any
face
better.
on the front. What?
If it makes you feel any better, like every kid I knew that had a boyfriend or girlfriend out of town, whether it was 30 minutes out of town or an hour, it didn't last very long.
I understand.
Even
Well,
as adults, long distance doesn't work. It always tanks.
but it's so much easier now to connect with people that aren't there.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I mean,
true.
to a point. But at some point, you want to be with each other. It's just not going to happen.
Okay, but no, that's going to be the problem. Is like,
I
okay,
ain't driving you to Syracuse.
I'm
Plenty
not.
of- we got plenty of cheap boys around here for you to date. Non-taco boys.
Well, I know she also thinks, because he plays travel hockey, she plays travel hockey, right? Like, we go to Syracuse a bunch to go play games, and she thinks we're going to hang around for 3 hours after a game.
And you'll be like, they'll be a hockey couple.
Yeah, and that ain't going to happen. I'm not hanging out in Syracuse for 3 hours after one of your games. I got enough stuff going on. I got to get home. We got to make dinner. I got to get the show ready for Monday.
Oh, we got to do the show.
Scott writes us on Instagram. Says, maybe he's doing all this to meet Tommy.
Why would you want to meet an old, hard of hearing guy?
I think that was the joke.
Oh, he just wait. Oh, he just yeah. Okay, good.
Oh, he followed you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
Right.
now we have to call the
Tight.
police.
I feel like there's no hope
Hello,
for this
young
kid.
man.
I feel like there's no hope for this kid in your mind now because he's already ruined. And even if if you meet him in person and seems like a really stand-up 14-year-old kid, you're not gonna like him.
Well, here's the thing. In the defense of the kid, right? Like, it's a teenage boy.
No, he's a fraud.
Yeah, like I got nothing personal against.
No,
the kid.
they're all the same.
Yeah, nice
It's all
kid.
the same kid.
Well, and here's the thing. Even the other two, like, little boys that she's gone on, like,
Yeah.
dates with or went to the dance with, right? Like, I like the kids.
Yeah.
They're good kids. It's just my job to not like them.
Right, because you know the drill.
There's nothing he can do.
Right.
There is nothing he can do
Yeah,
that will make me go, oh, yeah, this is a good idea.
Mhm.
This is all good. He could be the nicest guy in the world.
but he ain't.
Yeah, I know. You know he. I know you. I know what you're doing there. 252 WCMF. Let's take one more call. We've heard from a couple of dudes.
All right.
We've gotten bad advice from you.
Mhm.
Kimmy says that tacos win women over every time.
Would work for me.
Let's go with Yvonne. She's on CMF. Hello, Yvonne.
Hi.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, well, Kimmy was just saying that most of relationships that are when you date with somebody that's like 30 minutes or more away.
Well, I meant like high school kids.
I have to disagree. I met my husband. He was more than 30 minutes away, and we've been together for 48 years.
But how soon did he send you tacos into the relationship?
Oh, he never sent me tacos. We don't eat tacos.
At all.
Well,
No tacos being eaten in that house.
It's pretty amazing that it's lasted that long, Yvonne. What's that?
Pardon?
No, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I said I met him over the telephone, and like I said, 48 years later, we're still together.
Yeah, but how long before you guys were together?
3 months.
When you say you met him over the telephone, did you just pick up a phone and he was
Yeah,
on it? How did that
Party
work?
line.
Yeah, it was like a party line back in 77.
Wait, you married a guy you met on a party line?
Yes.
You know why?
What?
Dirty talk. They was doing dirty talk.
Yvonne, were they doing dirty talk?
No, they were not.
Yes, you was.
Did you?
He was actually annoying playing Mary Had a Little Lamb on his cell phone or his telephone with the buttons. Everybody was getting mad. He asked me for my number, and I gave it to him.
So you had no boyfriend before this?
No, not really.
All right. Well, but it worked out for her.
Wow.
It did.
How old were you?
16.
Oh, God, this story
My
sucks,
God.
Yvonne.
It's like I'm talking to my sister.
Oh, don't. Yvonne, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Okay.
That's a unique story.
So she married the first guy she ever met.
Don't be a dick and stop saying that because I don't want to think about that right now.
I understand.
Shut up. No, you don't.
No, listen, man.
Pat's going to Taco Boy's wedding in about 10,
Taco
20
Boy's
years.
wedding. You
We're gonna
take
play this
Taco
back
Boy
for him.
to be your lovely wedded husband.
Taco Bell late night snack.
I am convinced that my 14-year-old daughter does everything she can just to make my life
Well,
harder.
that's her gig.
No, it's not. It doesn't
It
have to
kinda
be.
is.
No, everything she's going to do is going to be hard for you as a dad.
No,
Yeah.
you don't have to.
They're letting go.
I mean, she's. I feel like you think she's never going to date somebody.
No, I understand the dating, right? You can't. The third try, you're an hour and a half away.
Yeah.
The third shot. It's like she's like, now what situation can I get myself in that will make for the most arguing, the most potential miles put on the car,
Yes.
the biggest uncomfortable conversation?
All that friction.
Let's go with this one.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna start dating a bear next month. Oh, he's a good bear. You don't understand him. All right, let's take a break.
Yeah.
Big night tonight.
What's going on tonight?
It is one of the most anticipated playoff NBA matchups of the last 25 years.
Ooh.
And here's the thing.
Yeah.
If you are a local person, if you cheer for local teams, there is a team you should be cheering for. And Kimmy, all of a sudden, people are jumping on this bandwagon locally.
Yeah.
Folks love this Knicks team. It's a lot of fun.
Oh.
But if you are a Rochester-centric person, you should actually be cheering for the other team.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room. Let's see it. Now, this is something that hasn't bubbled up in a while.
Oh, what's bubbling?
Well, look, there are lots of folks, if you're a sports person, you are a hometown fan.
Yeah, you should be.
And all of a sudden, those hometown fans show up when these teams get good.
Mhm.
And this team has not been good in a very long time.
Yeah.
But starting tonight, you have to choose between home team
Yeah.
or home kid.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Last night, the NBA Conference Finals kicked off. The Oklahoma City Thunder blew out the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Damn.
I know, very exciting matchup
Yes.
nationally. It sucks because here's the thing. The basketball's great. There are two great stars, one on each team.
Yeah.
And it's fun to watch. But, like, NBA is not that big in Rochester.
It's just that's the two blandest cities I could think of.
Like, they showed an overhead shot of Oklahoma City, and it's just a concrete monster.
Yeah.
It sucks.
Mhm.
If you've ever been to Oklahoma City, you know how much it
Keep
sucks.
going.
Yes. Okay, so tonight
Yeah.
is the anticipated matchup. The New York Knicks take on the Indiana Pacers, Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals. It is the furthest the Knicks have made it in the playoffs since 1999.
Damn.
And I believe Rochester native Jeff Van Gundy was the head coach the last time they made it to
Yeah.
the Eastern Conference Finals.
That's back when he had some hair.
I also think, was John Wallace on that team, Athena graduate? In
He might have
99?
been.
I think he was on
Yeah.
that team. Anywho.
Right.
Now, we know the NBA, like we said, is not as popular around here
Mm.
because the closest team is 3 hours away, and that's over an international border.
Yeah.
But as the Knicks have gotten good the last 2 years.
He was not on
that
the
team.
Knicks.
Okay, thank you. All of a sudden, those Knicks jerseys and hats have started to show up again the last couple of weeks.
It makes sense.
So are Rochester folks Knicks fans right now?
You would think, right?
Well, I don't know.
I mean, if you grew up, if you're a guy my age, and you were here in the '70s in their heyday, you got to be jonesing for this.
Okay, but let's not forget that wasn't that long ago. It wasn't that far off that the Royals were here. So you may have been a Royals fan.
Not in the '70s. Right?
Well, it would have only been 10 years since
Oh.
the team left.
But then you went through the Ewing years.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would think you would be pulling for him, right?
But you also got to remember, too, like the NBA in the 70s, it wasn't like a nationally televised
No, it was
event.
yeah.
Right? Not like it
Yeah.
is now. I mean, hell, they were playing NBA Finals games on tape delay in the mid-'80s.
Mm.
Legit. All right. Kimmy,
Mm-hmm.
if you meet a Knicks fan in Rochester right now,
Yeah.
do you assume that person is a Knicks fan, or do you assume that person is jumping on a bandwagon?
So I did know a few Knicks fans growing up. So kind of hard to say. Like, I feel like if you're passionate about basketball, you've probably been a fan. Like, depends on how into the game you are, I guess.
Okay.
Like, if you're pretty passionate about how this game's going to go, I'm going to give you the credit that you're probably a Knicks fan.
I want to see the celebration.
In New York?
Yeah. I mean, nobody does it better, right?
Well, I mean, hell, they
Like
won.
to get that, when's the last time they had anything? Was it the Yankees?
The last championship was the Yankees.
Yeah.
Well, even like you bring up the celebration, just making it out of the second round, like Manhattan was just full of people in the
Yeah.
streets in
Yeah.
Knicks jerseys freaking out, throwing trash at a Pacers fan. Did you see that?
No.
So there was a guy walking around like an idiot
Yes.
in a Pacers
Poor
jersey.
time in there, buddy.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
they're throwing trash at him, and one of the stars of the Pacers invited him to Game 4.
Oh, so it kind of worked.
Well, yeah, but you still got pelted with trash
But I'm thinking how nutty it was when the Rangers won the Stanley Cup.
in New York.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then now it had been, how long that drought was.
Yep.
And the place went nuts.
Okay.
It was fun.
You want to see the celebration?
Oh, I damn sure don't want to see the celebration in Indiana
That
or
would be nuts, too, I bet.
Oklahoma.
All right, well, here's
Yeah, but it's not. It's Midwest nuts.
it's not sexy.
No.
So here's the thing. You would think because we live in Rochester, you would cheer for the Knicks because
Mm-hmm.
they are the closest team in proximity. However, you can also make an argument if you are a Rochester-centric person, you want to cheer for the Pacers.
Again, the dullest town on the goddamn planet.
Yeah, Indianapolis is
It's just dull.
Thomas Bryant, Kearney graduate,
Mhm.
is a forward for the Pacers, and he's actually getting like 10 minutes a game in the playoffs.
All
He's a
right.
rotational guy, but he's playing legitimate time. He won an NBA championship with the Nuggets 2 years ago.
All right.
And I believe, outside of the Rochester Royals and the guys from Rochester that played on that team in the 50s, I think he was the first Rochesterian since then
Oh, really?
to win an NBA title. He's
Okay.
going for his second ring. So are you more Rochester cheering for the Knicks because they're a New York team? Or are you more Rochester pulling for Thomas Bryant to get his second ring?
I'm for Knicks, not the Hicks.
Boo.
That's a hick town, man.
Boo. Sucks.
Put that on a T-shirt. You could sell it.
Chris writes us on Twitter. He says, I'm 43, Love the Knicks during the Ewing years, and I still love them today.
Yeah, how could you not?
I mean, I can understand though with that big of a gap and a team that's not really local. Like you're a fan, but I wonder how closely you paid attention in that time. And I would kind of understand why you're not die hard for the last 20 years.
Yeah, but you drift back to the Knicks, right? Because I'm sure you didn't become a Pacers fan, right? Like you didn't give up on the Knicks and oh my God, I got to check out the Pacers.
Well, that's the other thing is one of the hottest rivalries in the 90s was the Knicks-Pacers, that
Right.
famous Spike Lee, Reggie Miller choke game that everyone remembers, the fighting and
There
all
was
that
that documentary on 30 for 30.
Yeah. And by the way, Reggie Miller tonight will be the color analyst on TNT.
Oh, wow.
So he'll be I think they're in the Garden. Are they in the Garden tonight?
Yeah, I think it's in New York for the first two, I want to say.
That would make sense. Well, yeah, okay. But here's the thing. The Knicks also have had several Rochester connections over the years. We brought up Van Gundy, who was from Rochester, coach of the Knicks during their heyday, right? John Wallace, drafted by the Knicks out of Syracuse. Also, if you're a Syracuse fan, Melo spent a whole bunch of years playing with them.
Yeah.
So, I guess it would make sense, if you are someone who is a Rochester person, you would also have been a Knicks fan the whole time.
Yeah. Or at least a fair weather.
I don't know. I mean, I am excited to watch this.
Yeah.
I'm hoping it's not a blowout. I want to see good basketball. I don't know if I want the Knicks to go, though.
Why not?
I hate seeing New York have anything.
You're
Why?
from New York.
No, New York City. No.
See, I don't it's not a team that I.
Now you sound like a hillbilly.
See, I root against all Boston teams, right? It's easy for me if the Celtics were in it to just root against them because it's Boston. I don't feel that way about New York teams.
I assume that everyone who likes, I hate the Yankees.
Yeah.
I hate the Jets. And I don't want those people to have any joy.
I don't know. I don't hate them as much as other towns.
No, but those guys.
Those teams.
Yeah, those teams, they share fans.
All right.
I don't want you to be happy. I want you to lose.
Okay.
And that breaks my heart because I do want to see, the Knicks team is interesting. It's really good
you could
basketball.
be a fan of the Knicks and the Mets. I mean,
And
you
the
could
Rangers,
still.
right?
And if
I hate
you're-
the Rangers.
New
Why do you hate
York
the Rangers?
teams have
Messi is a
experienced a lot of heartbreak lately. It's not like it's not like they're a town that has a ton to root for sports wise.
Yeah, but I also kind of
unless you're a fan of the Yankees, but even they haven't, done much lately.
I also kind of dislike everyone I know who cheers for the Mets.
Really?
And if you're one of them, I said it.
Well, I always find it odd that you're a Mets fan.
Why is that?
Why would you root for that team over the greatest baseball team of all time?
Well, because then you're a dick if you're rooting for the Yankees.
No, but you but if you're a Mets fan, it's almost like your theory about being a Dolphins fan.
You just wanted attention.
You're just doing it to do it.
Okay.
Yeah, to just get under everybody.
All right. Well, tonight,
All right, let's do
TNT,
it.
8 o'clock tip-off, Rochester's own Thomas Bryant versus New York's team, the New York Knicks. We come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow next on CMF. It's going to be a wrapper.
Howdy, old Hump Day Rapper.
For a Hump Day Break Room CMF that makes tomorrow a Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, bitchy bitch time, buddy.
Bitchy bitch time.
Buddy.
Not like every other day.
Bitch Voice Theater coming at you just after 7 o'clock. Also just after 7. You know, we were just talking about teenage daughter problems. Yeah. I guess perspective is important when you're a parent because there are some parents that have it a lot worse.
Okay.
Like, for example, we got a Facebook message Monday, and I'm going back and forth about talking about this on the air because it's a little bit sensitive, but we're going to do it, and we're going to keep it as anonymous as we can because it involves a mom whose son went to a high school senior ball with his date.
Okay.
And he told her he would be somewhere and ended up in a hotel room. So that's problem one.
Yeah.
That's problem, that would be enough to have to deal with as a mother or father. But the bigger issue, it seems, is the other parents don't know.
Okay.
But she does.
All right. So here's your dilemma.
At least as far as she's concerned. I didn't think you would find it as a dilemma at all.
Well, I mean, they're kids. That's what kids do.
Oh, right. I forgot kids. Yeah. Hey, Kimmy, do you know anyone whose sister got pregnant at 15?
I think I know a guy.
Yeah.
See, you go to the worst extreme.
Oh, so my sister's the worst?
No.
That's literally what you just said.
No,
you
the
literally just
situation
said.
that
You said
to
your sister's the
poor
worst.
sister,
Your sister.
she's one of the good ones.
Is the worst.
No, but it's the one news you don't want to hear from as a parent.
Oh no, I would argue there's several worse things.
Oh no, there was. Pat's doing comedy was worse. That at least was a blessing. Yours just grew into a disaster.
So we'll get to that.
They wanted to abandon your set.
And a whole bunch more.
At the orphanage. They were going to take your set to the orphanage and keep the kid.
I want to point out, you're part of that disaster.
Yeah, you did this, man.
What did I do?
I learned it from watching you. We got to get out of the way. For Kimmy, the only non-disaster in this room, and even that's up for debate.
I'm in on it, too.
For Kimmy, who's all interested in this taco delivery service for men. For Tommy Muley, who sucks so hard and so long. My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.